March 15, 2025. SpaceX headquarters, Hawthorne, California. The camera flashes were blinding. Elon Musk stood before the world's press, his hands trembling slightly in his pockets. Behind him, a massive screen covered by a black curtain held something that would shake the foundations of history, faith, and everything humanity believed about life and death. "What I'm about to show you," Elon said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the moment, "has been hidden for nearly 2,000 years. 7 billion people held their breath. Using revolutionary imaging technology combined with authentic archaeological artifacts discovered in Jerusalem, we've captured something impossible. Something that will challenge everything you think you know." He pressed the button. The curtain lifted. On the screen appeared a face, not a painting, not an artist's imagination, but a real image extracted from ancient burial cloth, dating to the face of Jesus Christ. The world gasped as one. But this was only the beginning. Because Elon had found something else. Something he wasn't ready to reveal yet. A second image that would prove love is stronger than death itself. And the key to helping the world understand it all would be a grieving 12-year-old boy in San Francisco who'd stopped believing in everything until a mysterious message would change his life forever. The camera flashes hurt Elon Musk's eyes. He stood on the stage at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, looking out at hundreds of reporters from every country in the world. His hands shook a little, but he kept them in his pockets so no one would notice. It was March 15, 2025. A Tuesday. The kind of day that starts normal and ends with everything changed. "Thank you all for coming," Elon said into the microphone. His voice echoed through the huge room. Behind him stood a massive screen, 50 feet wide, covered by a black curtain. "I know you're all wondering why I called this press conference. Some of you think I'm going to announce a new rocket. Others think it's about electric cars or computers that connect to our brains." A few reporters laughed nervously. Elon didn't smile. "It's none of those things. What I'm about to show you is bigger than space travel. Bigger than technology. Bigger than anything I've ever done or will ever do." The room went completely silent. You could hear people breathing. 6 months ago, Elon continued, a team of archaeologists working in Jerusalem made an incredible discovery. They found something buried beneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, one of the holiest places in Christianity. They found pieces of cloth, buried deep in rock, that date back almost 2,000 years. A reporter from CNN raised her hand, but Elon kept talking. "At the same time, my engineers at Neuralink were working on new imaging technology. They were trying to help blind people see again by reading the electrical patterns in the brain. But they discovered something unexpected. They found a way to see images that are trapped in objects, images made by intense energy and emotion that happened a long time ago." Elon paused. He looked down at his shoes, then back up at the cameras. "We call it temporal echo imaging. It's complicated science, but here's what matters. When something powerful happens, something filled with strong emotion or unusual energy, it leaves a mark. Not a mark you can see with your eyes, but a mark that stays in the fabric of materials nearby, like a photograph taken by feeling instead of by light." More hands went up. Elon ignored them. "When the archaeologists brought us the cloth from Jerusalem, we tested it. We used our new technology to see if anything was trapped inside the fabric. And we found something." He pulled a small remote control from his pocket. His hand was definitely shaking now. "For 2,000 years, people have wondered what Jesus Christ really looked like. Artists have painted him. Sculptors have carved him in stone. But no one knew for sure. Everyone just guessed." A reporter from Japan stood up. "Mr. Musk, are you saying—" "I'm saying we don't have to guess anymore." Elon pressed the button. The black curtain behind him lifted. On the giant screen appeared an image, a face that made everyone in the room gasp at the exact same moment. It was a man's face, not a painting, not a drawing, a real face, captured somehow in the cloth, showing every detail. He had dark brown eyes that looked kind but also strong, like someone who had seen hard things but never stopped loving people. His skin was tan and weathered from the sun. His hair was dark brown and wavy, touching his shoulders. His beard was neat but not fancy. There were small lines around his eyes, smile lines, the kind you get from laughing a lot. He looked about 30 years old. He looked like someone you might see walking down the street. But there was something else in his eyes. Something that made your heart beat faster just looking at him. Something that made you feel like he could see right into your soul and still loved you anyway. This, Elon said quietly, is the first authentic image we have of Jesus Christ. Not what someone imagined, not what an artist guessed. This is what he actually looked like. For 5 whole seconds, nobody made a sound. Then everyone started yelling questions at once. How do you know it's real? Could this be a fake? What do religious leaders say? How much did this cost? Elon held up his hand. I know you have questions. Scientists from 10 different countries have studied this cloth. They've tested it 20 different ways. Carbon-14 dating puts it at exactly 1,992 years old. Give or take 5 years. That's right, when Jesus lived. The cloth is authentic 1st century linen from the Middle East. The weaving pattern matches other cloth from that exact time and place. A reporter from the BBC stood up. But how do you know it's actually Jesus? It could be any person from that time period. That's a fair question, Elon said. The cloth was found in a tomb beneath the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the very place where tradition says Jesus was buried. It was wrapped in a clay jar with Aramaic writing on it. The writing has been translated. It says the burial cloth of Yeshua of Nazareth, who some called the Messiah. The room exploded with more questions. Camera flashes went crazy. Reporters were shouting. Someone's chair fell over. Elon waited for them to calm down. When they didn't, he spoke louder. I know this is hard to believe. I know some of you think it's impossible. 6 months ago, I would have thought the same thing. But I've seen the data. I've talked to the scientists. I've held that cloth in my own hands. His voice cracked a little. And I believe this is real. A reporter from a Christian news channel was crying. A reporter from an atheist magazine was shaking his head. A reporter from Al Jazeera was frantically typing on her phone. We're going to release all the scientific data on our website tonight, Elon said. Every test result, every measurement, every photograph of the cloth and the jar it was found in. You can study it yourselves. Show it to your own scientists. We want everyone to see the truth. He looked back at the image on the screen, at those kind, knowing eyes. For the record, Elon added, I'm not a religious person. I didn't grow up going to church. I believe in science and mathematics and things I can test and measure. But standing here today, looking at this face, I feel something I've never felt before. I feel like I'm looking at someone who really lived. Someone who really loved people. Someone who changed the world. A reporter from Fox News stood up. Mr. Musk, what made you decide to share this with the world? Some people might have kept this secret. Some might have sold it to a museum for billions of dollars. Elon smiled for the first time since the press conference started. It was a sad smile, because some things are too important to keep secret. This isn't about money. It's not about fame. This is about showing people something real, something that might help them believe in something bigger than themselves. The world is so divided right now. People hate each other over religion, politics, money. But maybe if we can all see the same face looking back at us, the face of someone who taught love and forgiveness, maybe that could change something. He paused again, looking out at all the cameras. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this won't change anything. But I had to try. The questions kept coming. Elon answered a few more. He explained how the imaging technology worked, using words that most people could understand. He showed charts and graphs. He played a video of the archaeologist finding the cloth in Jerusalem, digging carefully through layers of rock and dirt with small brushes and tools. After 45 minutes, Elon's assistant touched his arm. That's probably enough for today, she whispered. Elon nodded. Thank you all for coming. Again, everything will be on our website tonight. And there's one more thing. He stopped. His face changed. He looked like he wanted to say something important, but wasn't sure if he should. There's one more thing, he repeated. But I'm not ready to share it yet. Give me a few more days. What I showed you today is incredible. I know. But there's more to this story. Something we found in a second piece of cloth. Something that's even harder to explain than this image. The reporters went crazy again. What is it? Show us now. You can't stop there. But Elon just shook his head. Soon, he said, I promise. But first, World needs time to understand what they're seeing here. One miracle at a time. He walked off the stage, leaving the image of Jesus' face on the giant screen behind him. The face with the kind eyes seemed to be looking at everyone in the room at once. As the press conference ended, and reporters rushed to file their stories, no one noticed the old man sitting in the back row. He had a long gray beard and wore the black robes of a Russian Orthodox priest. Father Dmitry Volkov had tears running down his wrinkled cheeks. He pulled out his phone and typed a text message to someone. He showed them the first image, but he's not ready for the second one yet. We need to find the boy. The boy who still has faith, even after losing everything. He's the key to helping people understand what comes next. Father Dmitry stood up slowly, his old knees aching, and walked out of SpaceX headquarters into the bright California sunshine. Around the world, in every country and every time zone, people were seeing the image. It was on every news channel, every website, every phone screen. In a hospital in Tokyo, a nurse showed the image to a dying patient who smiled for the first time in weeks. In a church in Kenya, a pastor fell to his knees and wept with joy. In a university in London, a professor of ancient history studied the image with shaking hands, unable to believe what she was seeing. In a synagogue in New York, a rabbi looked at the face of a fellow Jew from 2,000 years ago and felt a connection across time. In a mosque in Cairo, an imam studied the image carefully, remembering that Islam also honors Jesus as a prophet. And in a middle school cafeteria in San Francisco, a 12-year-old boy named Marcus Chen stared at the TV screen mounted on the wall, his lunch tray forgotten in front of him. Marcus looked at the face on the screen, at those kind understanding eyes, and felt something break open inside his chest. Something that had been frozen solid for 2 years, ever since his parents died. "Is it real?" whispered his best friend Aisha, sitting next to him. Marcus couldn't speak. He just nodded, tears streaming down his face. Because somehow, looking at that image, he knew. He knew in a way he couldn't explain. That face was real. That person was real. And if that person was real, maybe, just maybe, his parents weren't really gone forever. Maybe love was stronger than death after all. Marcus Chen couldn't stop thinking about the face. All afternoon at Everett Middle School in San Francisco, through math class and social studies and PE, that image stayed in his mind. Those kind eyes, that gentle smile, the way the man seemed to be looking right at him, even through a TV screen. Earth to Marcus. Aisha Patel waved her hand in front of his face as they walked out of school at 3:15. "You've been weird all day. Ever since lunch." Marcus blinked. They were standing at the bus stop on Mission Street, waiting for the 14 bus that would take him home to his grandmother's apartment. The afternoon sun felt warm on his face. "Sorry," he said. "I'm just thinking about the image," Aisha said. It wasn't a question. Marcus nodded. Aisha adjusted her purple hijab and sat down on the bench. She was Marcus's best friend, had been since 3rd grade. She was the only person at school who knew the whole truth about his parents. Not just that they died, but how sad he'd been ever since. "Do you think it's real?" she asked quietly. "I don't know," Marcus said, "but I want it to be." The bus came and they climbed on, scanning their student passes. They found seats near the back, next to a window covered with fingerprints and smudges. "My dad says it's probably fake," Aisha said as the bus pulled away from the curb. "He says people have been making fake religious stuff for thousands of years. Like that one cloth in Italy. The shroud of something. The shroud of Turin," Marcus said. His mom had told him about that once, back when she was alive. Back when she used to take him to church on Sundays at Saints Peter and Paul in North Beach. He hadn't been to church since the accident. "Yeah, that one," Aisha said. "My dad says this is probably like that. Someone trying to get famous or make money. Elon Musk already has money," Marcus pointed out. "More money than anyone in the world, basically." "True." Aisha pulled out her phone and scrolled through social media. "But look, half the people online are saying it's real and half are saying it's fake. Everyone's fighting about it already." She showed him her screen. People were arguing in the comments, calling each other names, posting angry emojis. Marcus looked away. "Can I ask you something?" "Always." "In Islam, you believe in Jesus, right? Like as a prophet?" Aisha nodded. Yeah, we call him Isa. We believe he was born to Mary, that he did miracles, that he was a great teacher. We just don't believe he was God's son. We believe he was human like all the prophets. But you believe he was real, that he actually existed. Of course, Aisha said. Why wouldn't he be real? Lots of historical records talk about him. He definitely lived. Marcus was quiet for a moment, watching the city go past outside the window. They passed colorful murals on brick walls, little corner stores with bright signs, people walking dogs and pushing strollers. I used to believe, he said finally. When my parents were alive, I believed in everything. God, heaven, all of it. My mom used to say prayers with me every night before bed. She'd say, God loves you, Marcus. No matter what happens, you're never alone. His voice got quieter. But then they died. Car accident. On the Bay Bridge. Some drunk driver crossed into their lane and hit them head-on. Gone. Just like that. No warning. No chance to say goodbye. Aisha reached over and squeezed his hand. She'd heard this story before, but she never acted like she was tired of hearing it. After that, Marcus continued, I couldn't believe anymore. Because if God loved me, why would he let that happen? If God was watching over me, why didn't he stop that drunk driver? What kind of God lets parents die and leaves their kid all alone? You're not alone, Aisha said. You have your grandma Rosa. You have me. I know. But it's not the same. The bus stopped at Dolores Park. Some kids from their school got off, laughing about something. Marcus and Aisha stayed on. 2 more stops to his grandmother's apartment. So when you saw the image today, Aisha said carefully, what did you feel? Marcus thought about it. How could he explain? It was like a door opening in a dark room. Like the first warm day after a long winter. Hope, he said finally. For just a second, I felt hope. Like maybe my mom was right. Maybe there is something bigger out there. Maybe my parents aren't just gone. Aisha smiled. That's good, right? Hope is good. But what if it's fake? Marcus's voice came out harder than he meant it to. What if it's just another lie? What if I let myself believe again and then find out it was all fake? That would hurt even worse than not believing at all. The bus stopped at 20th Street. This was Marcus's stop. Want me to come over? Aisha asked. Marcus shook his head. I need to think. But thanks. They did their special handshake, 3 slaps and a fist bump. Something they'd made up in 4th grade, and Marcus got off the bus. His grandmother lived in a small apartment building on Liberty Street. The building was old, with chipped paint and stairs that creaked. But it was home. Rosa had moved here from Mexico 50 years ago, back when this neighborhood was different. Now it was expensive and fancy. But Rosa's rent was controlled, so she could stay. Marcus climbed the 3 flights of stairs slowly. He could hear music coming from behind different doors. Someone playing guitar, someone's TV turned up too loud, a baby crying. He unlocked the door to apartment 3C and went inside. Misho. His grandmother's voice came from the kitchen. You're home. Rosa Chen was mixing something in a big bowl. She was short and round, with gray hair pulled back in a bun and brown eyes that crinkled when she smiled. She wore an apron that said "Kiss the Cook" in faded letters. Marcus dropped his backpack by the door and went to hug her. She smelled like flour and cinnamon. She was making empanadas, his favorite. How was school? She asked, kissing the top of his head. Okay, he said. Rosa stopped stirring and looked at him. Really looked at him. Grandmas had a way of seeing things even when you tried to hide them. You saw the news today, she said. Not a question. Marcus nodded. At lunch, they had it on the TV in the cafeteria. And what do you think? Marcus sat down at the small kitchen table. Their apartment wasn't big, just 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, and this tiny kitchen. But Rosa kept it clean and filled with things that made it feel like home. Pictures on every wall, plants on the windowsills, a statue of the Virgin Mary next to the toaster. I don't know what to think, Marcus said honestly. Rosa sat down across from him, wiping flour off her hands with a dish towel. Your mother would have believed it was real, she said quietly. Without any doubt at all, she had that kind of faith. Marcus felt tears start to build behind his eyes. He blinked hard, trying to stop them. I'm not like her, he said. I'm not good at believing. "You're more like her than you know," Rosa said. She reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were warm and strong. "When your mother was your age, she lost her father. My husband. He had a heart attack one day at work. Just like that, gone. And she was so angry at God, at the world, at everyone." Marcus looked up. His mom had never told him this story. "What happened?" he asked. "She stopped praying. Stopped going to church. Wouldn't talk about God at all." Rosa smiled sadly. But then, slowly, she found her way back. Not because someone convinced her. Not because she read a book or heard a sermon. But because she started to see little miracles everywhere. A beautiful sunset. A stranger's kindness. The way flowers pushed up through cracks in the sidewalk. She said the world kept showing her that life was stronger than death. That love keeps going even when people are gone. Marcus wiped his eyes. "I want to believe that. I really do." "Then believe it," Rosa said simply. "Faith isn't about having all the answers, Micho. It's about choosing hope even when hope seems crazy." They sat there quietly for a moment. From somewhere outside came the sound of children playing, their laughter floating up through the window. "Go do your homework," Rosa said finally, standing up. "Dinner will be ready in an hour." Marcus grabbed his backpack and went to his room. It was small, just big enough for a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf. Posters covered the walls, basketball players, video games, a map of the solar system his dad had given him for his 10th birthday. He sat at his desk and opened his laptop to start his homework. But instead of opening his math assignment, he found himself typing into Google, "Elon Musk Jesus image real or fake?" 10 million results. He clicked on the first article, from the New York Times. Scientists were debating whether the technology Elon described could actually work. Some said yes, it was theoretically possible. Others said no, it violated the laws of physics. He clicked on a video from a religious leader, a Catholic priest at the Vatican. The priest said they needed to study the image carefully before saying anything definite. He clicked on an interview with an atheist scientist who called the whole thing nonsense. "Religions have been selling fake relics for centuries," she said. "This is just a high-tech version of an old scam." Marcus felt his hopes starting to drain away like water from a leaky bucket. His phone buzzed. A text message from a number he didn't recognize. He almost deleted it, probably spam. But something made him open it. The message said, "The image is real, but it's not what you think. Come to the Church of Saints Peter and Paul tomorrow at 3 p.m. Come alone. Someone needs to talk to you about what comes next." Marcus stared at the message. His heart started beating faster. This had to be a prank. Maybe some kid from school who got his number somehow. Nobody sends mysterious messages like this in real life. But what if it wasn't a prank? What if someone really needed to talk to him? Saints Peter and Paul was his mom's old church, the one they used to go to every Sunday. The beautiful white church with the twin towers in North Beach near Chinatown. He hadn't been there since her funeral. Marcus read the message 3 more times. Then he did something he hadn't done in exactly 2 years. He closed his eyes, put his hands together, and tried to pray. The words came out clumsy and uncertain, like he'd forgotten how to speak the language. "God, I don't know if you're there. I don't know if you're listening. I don't even know if I believe in you anymore. But if that image is real, if you're real, if my parents are somewhere safe with you, could you maybe give me a sign? Just something small. Something to help me know what to do." He opened his eyes. Nothing had changed. His room looked exactly the same. But inside his chest, something felt different. Something felt a little bit lighter. Marcus looked at the phone message again. At those words, "Come alone." He thought about his mom, how brave she'd always been, how she'd always told him to be curious, to ask questions, to search for truth even when truth was scary. He thought about that face on the screen at lunch. Those kind eyes that seemed to say, "I understand your pain. I've been there too. You're not alone." Marcus took a deep breath and typed back a response. "How do you know who I am? Why me?" 3 dots appeared showing the person was typing. Then a message appeared. "Because you're the boy who stopped believing but still wants to. That makes you perfect for what needs to happen next. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. Don't tell anyone. Not yet." The dots appeared again. One more message. Oh, and Marcus? Your mother was right about everything. I know that doesn't help much right now, but you'll understand soon. I promise. Marcus felt chills run down his arms. How did this person know his name? How did they know about his mother? He looked at the time. 47 p.m. Tomorrow at 3 he'd still be at school. He'd have to find a way to leave early, to take the bus to North Beach, to go to that church. He probably shouldn't go. His grandmother would be worried if she found out. Aisha would tell him it was dangerous. Every adult in his life would say meeting a stranger from a mysterious text message was a terrible idea. But Marcus thought about hope, about faith, about his mom telling him to be brave. He saved the phone number under the name Mystery and closed his laptop. At dinner, he ate Rose's empanadas and told her about his day, careful not to mention the text message. After dinner, he did his homework, math problems about fractions, a worksheet about the California gold rush, 20 minutes of reading. At 9:30, Rosa came to say goodnight. She kissed his forehead like she did every night. Sweet dreams, Misho, she said. Grandma, Marcus said as she reached the door. Do you believe the image is real? Rosa turned back. In the soft light from the hallway, she looked like the statue of Mary in the kitchen, calm and peaceful and somehow eternal. I believe God works in mysterious ways, she said. And I believe your mother is watching over you from heaven, whether that image is real or not. Love doesn't need proof, Marcus. It just needs trust. After she left, Marcus lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The streetlight outside made shadows move across the walls, like spirits dancing. He thought about tomorrow, about the church, about the mysterious message. And for the first time in 2 years, he fell asleep feeling something other than sadness. He fell asleep feeling like an adventure was about to begin. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo stared at her computer screen in her office at Oxford University in England, watching the same 10-second video clip for the 20th time. It showed Elon Musk revealing the image. The gasp from the crowd, the face appearing on that massive screen. Sarah pressed pause and leaned back in her chair, rubbing her tired eyes. It was 11:47 p.m. in Oxford, which meant it was early afternoon back in California where the press conference had happened. She'd been analyzing this footage for 8 hours straight. Her office was small, but cluttered with 20 years of work. Books stacked everywhere. Maps of ancient Jerusalem bit into the walls. Pottery fragments in glass cases. A replica of a first-century oil lamp on her desk, next to 3 cold cups of tea she'd forgotten to drink. Sarah was 42 years old, born in Lagos, Nigeria, raised in London. She was one of the world's leading experts on first-century Jerusalem, the time and place where Jesus had lived. She'd spent her whole career studying the historical Jesus, trying to separate facts from legends. And she'd seen so many fakes. The Shroud of Turin, which millions believed was Jesus's burial cloth, proven to be from the Middle Ages, not ancient times. The James ossuary, a burial box supposedly belonging to Jesus's brother. Probably a modern forgery. A piece of papyrus that mentioned Jesus having a wife turned out to be fake. Over and over, people claimed to have found proof of Jesus. Over and over, careful scientific testing showed they were wrong. Sarah had become very good at spotting fakes. She knew all the tricks, all the ways people manipulated evidence, all the reasons someone might lie about finding something important. So when CNN had called her 6 hours ago asking her to be an expert commentator on Elon Musk's announcement, her first instinct was to say no. Just another fake. Just another fraud. But something stopped her. Maybe it was the look on Elon Musk's face in that video. He looked genuinely shaken, like a man who'd seen something that changed him. Maybe it was the fact that Elon already had more money and fame than anyone could want. What would he gain by faking this? Or maybe it was the image itself. Sarah had zoomed in on every pixel, studying that face with the trained eye of someone who'd spent 2 decades looking at ancient art and artifacts. And the face bothered her. Not because it looked fake, because it looked right. Every painting of Jesus she'd ever seen was wrong in some way. Renaissance artists made him look European, pale skin and light hair. Modern American artists made him look like a handsome movie star. Even Middle Eastern artists usually got something wrong about the clothing or the facial structure. But this face looked like a real Jewish man from first-century Palestine. The skin tone was right dark from the sun, weathered from outdoor work. The facial structure matched the Semitic populations of that region. The hair and beard matched descriptions from ancient Jewish texts about how men groomed themselves. Even the expression was right. The eyes showed intelligence and kindness, but also something harder. Like someone who'd donned poverty and struggle. Like someone who'd challenged powerful people and knew what it cost. Sarah's phone rang. She jumped, startled out of her thoughts. The caller ID said, "Restricted number." She answered, "Dr. Okonkwo. Dr. Okonkwo. My name is James Park. I'm calling from SpaceX in California. I'm part of the team that analyzed the cloth artifacts." Sarah sat up straighter. "Go on. We've been given permission to share the preliminary data with select experts. Your name is at the top of our list. We'd like to send you everything we have, the carbon dating results, the textile analysis, the imaging data. We want independent verification from someone with your credentials." "Why me?" Sarah asked, suspicious. "There are hundreds of archaeologists who could verify this." "Because you're honest," the man said simply. "We've read your papers. You've debunked more fake Jesus artifacts than anyone else in the field. If you say something is real, people will believe it. And if you say it's fake, we need to know that too." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. "What if I find evidence that it's a forgery?" "Then you publish that evidence," James said. "We want the truth, Dr. Okonkwo. Whatever that truth is." Sarah thought for a moment. This could be a waste of time. It was probably a fake, and examining it would take days of work she didn't have. But what if it wasn't fake? What if, for once, something about Jesus turned out to be real? "Send me everything," Sarah said. "I'll need complete access to all your data. And I want permission to bring in my own team for independent analysis." "Agreed," James said. "The files are encrypted. I'm sending you a secure link right now. The password is..." "Hold on." She heard papers shuffling. "The password is Veritas, Latin for truth." "I know what it means," Sarah said dryly. "I have a PhD." James laughed. "Right. Sorry, we're all a bit scattered today. This has been intense." "I can imagine." Sarah opened her email and saw the link appear. "Got it. I'll start reviewing tonight." "Dr. Okonkwo," James said before hanging up, "I hope you find that it's real. Not because I'm religious. I'm not really. But because the world could use some good news. Some hope." You know, after he hung up, Sarah sat in the quiet of her office. Outside her window, Oxford University's ancient buildings stood dark against the night sky. Those buildings had been there for almost 1,000 years. They'd seen so much history, so many discoveries, so many truths and lies. She clicked the link and entered the password. The files started downloading. Hundreds of them. Test results, photographs, 3D scans, chemical analyses. While she waited, Sarah looked at the replica oil lamp on her desk. It was a copy of one found in Jerusalem, dating to exactly the time when Jesus had lived. She'd bought it 10 years ago at a museum shop, back when she'd first become fascinated with the historical Jesus. She picked it up, feeling its weight. Clay, fired in a kiln, shaped by human hands 2,000 years ago. People had used lamps like this to see in the dark, to read by, to comfort children who were afraid at night. Jesus would have used a lamp like this. That part was definitely true. He'd been a real person who walked on real ground, ate real food, used real objects. But everything else about him had become so clouded by myth and legend and faith that Sarah had almost given up trying to find a real man underneath. The download completed. Sarah took a deep breath and opened the first file. It was a report from a laboratory in Switzerland, one of the most respected carbon dating facilities in the world. They tested 3 separate samples from the cloth. Sample A, 33 CE plus or minus 5 years. Sample B, 31 CE plus or minus 5 years. Sample C, 35 CE plus or minus 5 years. Sarah's hands started shaking. 33 CE was exactly the year most historians believe Jesus had died. She opened the next file. Textile analysis from a lab in Germany. The cloth was 1st century linen, woven in a pattern specific to Judea. The thread matched other samples from that exact region and time period. The dye residue matched plants that grew in ancient Palestine. Next file. Chemical analysis of the soil particles embedded in the cloth. The soil matched samples from Jerusalem, specifically from the limestone bedrock found in that city. Trace minerals were consistent with underground caves used as burial tombs. Sarah's heart was beating faster now. She opened a file showing photographs of the clay jar the cloth had been found in. She zoomed in on the Aramaic writing. She could read Aramaic. It had been part of her doctoral studies. The inscription said exactly what Elon had claimed: the burial cloth of Yeshua of Nazareth, who some called the Messiah. The handwriting looked authentic. The style matched other first-century inscriptions. Even the spelling of the name Yeshua was correct. Not the anglicized Jesus, but the actual Hebrew name his followers would have used. Sarah opened file after file. Each one showed the same thing. The cloth was real. The age was right. The location was right. Everything was right. But that didn't mean the image itself was authentic. Maybe someone had found a real first-century cloth and painted a face on it. Recently. She opened the file labeled Temporal Echo Imaging Analysis. For the next 2 hours, Sarah read about the technology that had captured the image. It was based on quantum physics and neural imaging, two fields she didn't fully understand. But the basic concept made sense. Intense emotional or energetic events could leave impressions on nearby materials, not visible to the human eye, but detectable with the right equipment. The technology measured electromagnetic patterns, heat signatures, and molecular changes in the fabric. The image hadn't been painted on the cloth. It had been extracted from within the cloth's very structure, like developing a photograph that had been hiding there for 2,000 years. Sarah sat back in her chair, feeling dizzy. This was real. Unless every laboratory in 5 different countries was lying. Unless the carbon dating was wrong. Unless the world's most advanced imaging technology was malfunctioning. This was actually real. She stood up and walked to her window, looking out at the sleeping city of Oxford. Somewhere in the distance, church bells rang midnight. 2,000 years ago, a Jewish teacher had walked the streets of Jerusalem. He'd said things that made powerful people angry. He'd gathered followers who loved him. And then he'd been executed on a Roman cross. That much was history. Sarah had never doubted that Jesus existed as a historical figure. But the rest, the miracles, the resurrection, the claim that he was somehow divine, that had always been just a story, beautiful, maybe, important to billions of people, certainly, but just a story. Now, holding this evidence in her hands, Sarah wasn't so sure. She returned to her computer and opened a new file. This one was labeled Additional Findings, Classified. Her cursor hovered over it for a moment. Then she clicked. The file contained photographs of a second piece of cloth. Same age, same location. Found right next to the first one. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. This second cloth contained another image. But it wasn't a face. It was something else entirely. The image showed what looked like an explosion of light white gold brilliance captured somehow in the fabric. But within the light there were patterns. Swirls. Shapes that almost looked like people. Faces. It was hard to tell. At the bottom of the file was a note from James Park. Dr. Okonkwo, we haven't told the public about this second cloth yet. We're not sure how to explain what we're seeing. The energy signature is unlike anything in our database. It's as if something impossible happened at the moment this image was captured. Something that released more energy than a human body should be able to produce. We need your help understanding what this means. Sarah zoomed in on the image, her hands trembling. She'd spent 20 years being skeptical. 20 years insisting on evidence and proof. 20 years keeping her professional distance from matters of faith. But looking at this second image, she felt something she'd trained herself not to feel in her work. She felt awe. Her phone rang again. Different number this time.
Dr. Okonkwo?
A woman's voice, with an American accent. My name is Dr. Jennifer Martinez. I'm calling from the Israeli Antiquities Authority in Jerusalem. I understand you've been given access to the SpaceX data. I have, Sarah said carefully. Good. Because I need to tell you something they don't know yet. Something we just discovered at the excavation site. Dr. Martinez paused. We found more cloth, pieces of a third burial shroud, buried even deeper. And Dr. Okonkwo, This one has writing on it. Instructions. A message left by whoever buried these artifacts. Sarah's mouth went dry. What does it say? It says, "Hide these cloths until the time when the world can see without believing and believe without seeing. When that time comes, a child who has lost faith will find it again, and through that child, the world will understand." Sarah sat down heavily. When was this message written? The ink dates to the 1st century. Probably written within days or weeks of the burial. That's impossible, Sarah whispered. How could someone 2,000 years ago know that we'd developed technology to see these images? How could they know? I don't know, Dr. Martinez interrupted. But there's more. The message includes a warning. There will be those who try to hide these cloths again, who fear what they reveal. Protect the child. The child is the key. After the call ended, Sarah sat in silence for a long time. She thought about her career, her reputation, everything she'd built on the foundation of skepticism and scientific rigor. If she verified this as authentic, if she told the world that these artifacts were real, she'd be putting her entire professional life on the line. But if she stayed silent, if she let fear make her cautious, Sarah looked at the image on her screen. That face, those kind eyes. She pulled up a new document and began typing her preliminary report. Her first sentence was based on extensive analysis of the provided data. I can confirm that these artifacts appear to be authentic 1st century materials from Jerusalem, dating to approximately She paused, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Then she continued typing. However, the presence of a second cloth with unexplained energy signatures raises questions that science alone cannot answer. I recommend immediate further investigation, including archaeological, historical, and, though it pains my academic mind to say this, possibly theological consultation. Sarah attached the document and hit send, emailing it back to SpaceX. Then she did something she hadn't done since she was a little girl in her mother's church in Lagos. She closed her eyes and prayed. Not to any specific God, not with any particular words, just a quiet acknowledgement to the universe that maybe, possibly, there were still mysteries in the world that science couldn't fully explain. And maybe that was okay. Marcus woke up at 6:30 a.m. with butterflies in his stomach. Today was the day. 3 p.m. at Saints Peter and Paul Church. The mysterious meeting. He got ready for school like it was any normal Wednesday, but his hands shook while he brushed his teeth. At breakfast, Rosa made him scrambled eggs and toast, chatting about her plans to visit her friend Mrs. Lopez that afternoon. "You have any tests today, Mijo?" she asked, pouring him orange juice. "No tests," Marcus said, which was technically true. What he didn't say was that he planned to leave school early and take the bus to North Beach. He felt guilty lying to his grandmother. But the text message had said to come alone, and something in Marcus's gut told him this was important. Maybe the most important thing that would ever happen to him. At school, the day dragged by like molasses. In English class, his teacher, Mrs. Robinson, asked everyone to write about the most significant news event of the week. Half the class wrote about Elon Musk's announcement. The other half wrote about a basketball game or a new movie. A kid named Tyler Chen, no relation to Marcus, raised his hand. "Mrs. Robinson, what do you think about the Jesus picture? Is it real?" Mrs. Robinson adjusted her glasses. She was young, maybe 30, with red hair and freckles. "I think it's too early to say for sure. But I hope we can all agree that whether it's real or not, we should treat each other with respect. This is important to a lot of people." "My dad says it's fake," Tyler announced. "He says Elon Musk is trying to start a new religion or something." A girl named Sophie Martin spoke up. "My mom cried when she saw it. She said it made her feel close to God for the first time in years." "My imam said we should wait for more evidence," added a boy named Rashid. Everyone had an opinion. Everyone wanted to talk about it. Marcus stayed quiet, doodling in the margins of his notebook. He drew eyes, kind eyes, like the ones in the image. He drew churches. He drew his parents' faces, trying to remember exactly what they'd looked like. At lunch, Aisha found him sitting alone at their usual table near the window. "You okay?" she asked, unwrapping her sandwich. "You've been super quiet today." "Just thinking," Marcus said. "About the image?" Marcus nodded. Ayesha took a bite of her sandwich. "Peanut butter and jelly like always. My parents were talking about it all night. My dad still thinks it's fake, but my mom thinks it might be real. They actually had a big argument about it. What do you think? Marcus asked. Aisha was quiet for a moment, chewing thoughtfully. I think it doesn't really matter if it's real or not. Like Jesus was a real person either way, right? He taught good things either way. Love your neighbor. Help poor people. Forgive each other. Those things are true whether that picture is his actual face or not. Marcus looked at his best friend. Sometimes Aisha was the smartest person he knew. But wouldn't it be amazing if it was real? He said quietly. If we could actually see him. Not just imagine, but really see? Yeah, Aisha admitted. That would be pretty cool. The afternoon crawled by. Science class. History class. Finally, at 2:45, Marcus asked to go to the bathroom during study hall. The teacher, Mr. Garcia, barely looked up from his laptop. Make it quick. Marcus grabbed his backpack he'd needed for the bus and walked out of the classroom. His heart pounded so hard he could hear it in his ears. Instead of going to the bathroom, he headed straight for the front door. The security guard, Mr. Williams, was checking his phone and didn't notice Marcus slip past. Just like that, Marcus was outside, walking quickly down Mission Street toward the bus stop. He felt like a criminal. He'd never ditched school before, never disobeyed his grandmother, never done anything this risky. But something pulled him forward. Something stronger than fear. The 30 bus arrived after 5 minutes. Marcus climbed on, scanning his student pass. The bus was half empty. A few elderly people, a woman with a crying baby, a man in paint-covered clothes sleeping against the window. Marcus found a seat and watched the city roll past. They drove through the Mission District, past murals of bright colors and bold faces, past taco trucks and vintage clothing stores, past people living on the sidewalks in tents and sleeping bags. San Francisco was beautiful and broken at the same time, Marcus thought, just like everything else. The bus turned onto Columbus Avenue, heading into North Beach. This was the Italian neighborhood, full of restaurants with red and white checkered tablecloths, and old men playing bocce-ball in Washington Square Park. And rising above it all, the Church of Saints Peter and Paul with its white stone towers reaching toward the sky. Marcus's mom had loved this church. She'd taken him here every Sunday when he was little. He remembered the smell of incense, the sound of the organ, the colored light coming through the stained glass windows. The bus stopped at the corner of Filbert and Columbus. Marcus got off. It was 3:07 p.m. He was late. He walked across Washington Square Park, where old Chinese ladies were doing Tai Chi and pigeons fought over breadcrumbs. The church stood on the far side, huge and white, and somehow both welcoming and intimidating. Marcus climbed the front steps slowly. His legs felt shaky. He pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The church was almost empty. A few people sat scattered in the pews, praying quietly. Candles flickered near the altar. Everything smelled like wood polish, an old stone, and something else. Marcus couldn't quite name. Something that smelled like memory. Hello, Marcus. The voice came from the shadows near the confessional booths. An old man stepped into the light. He was maybe 70 years old, with a long gray beard and kind eyes that crinkled at the corners. He wore the black robes of a Russian Orthodox priest, with a wooden cross hanging from a leather cord around his neck. How do you know my name? Marcus asked, his voice barely a whisper. I know many things, the old man said with a slight accent. Russian, Marcus guessed. My name is Father Dmitry Volkov. Please, sit with me. He gestured to a pew near the back of the church. Marcus hesitated, then sat down. Father Dmitry sat beside him, moving slowly like his bones hurt. You're wondering why I asked you to come, Father Dmitry said. You're wondering how I found you. You're wondering if this is all crazy. Marcus nodded. Father Dmitry smiled. All good questions. I'll answer them. But first, tell me, what did you feel when you saw the image yesterday? The face on the television. Marcus thought about lying, about saying he didn't feel anything. But something about Father Dmitry made him want to tell the truth. Hope, Marcus said quietly. For just a second, I felt hope. And why did you need hope, my young friend? Because, Marcus's voice cracked. Because my parents died 2 years ago, and ever since then, I felt like there's this big empty hole inside me. Like nothing will ever be okay again. Like I'm all alone in the universe. Father Dmitri nodded slowly, as if he understood completely. I know about your parents, he said gently. I know about the accident on the Bay Bridge. I know your mother's name was Jennifer and your father's name was David. I know your mother used to bring you to this very church every Sunday. How? Marcus started. Because I've been watching you, Marcus. Not in a scary way, Father Dmitri added quickly, seeing Marcus's expression. In a protective way. Someone told me to look for you. Someone who knew you would be important. Important for what? Father Dmitri was quiet for a moment, looking up at the altar where a large crucifix hung. Jesus on the cross. Arms spread wide, face tilted toward heaven. Do you know what I did before I became a priest? Father Dmitri asked. Marcus shook his head. I was an engineer. A scientist. I worked for NASA in the 1980s and 90s, designing guidance systems for spacecraft. I understood mathematics and physics. I believed in things I could measure and prove. What changed? Marcus asked. My daughter died, Father Dmitri said simply. She was 16, cancer. I prayed every day for God to heal her. Every single day, but she died anyway. Marcus felt tears building in his eyes. That's what happened to me. Not cancer, but I prayed for my parents to be okay. I prayed so hard, but they died anyway. Yes, Father Dmitri said. And after they died, you stopped believing. Just like I did when my Natasha died. I was so angry at God. So angry at the universe. I quit my job at NASA. I spent 3 years doing nothing but being bitter and sad. What happened after 3 years? Father Dmitri smiled. I had a dream. In the dream, my daughter came to me. She looked healthy and happy. She said, Papa, you think love ends when the body dies? But you're wrong. Love is energy, and energy cannot be destroyed. It only changes form. I'm still here. I'm always here. You just have to look differently. Was it really her? Marcus asked. Or just a dream? I don't know, Father Dmitri admitted, but it changed me. I started studying theology and physics together, trying to understand how the universe works. And I discovered something amazing. He leaned closer, his eyes bright. Science tells us that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. Every atom in your body used to be part of stars. The calcium in your bones, the iron in your blood, all of it came from exploding stars, billions of years ago. You are literally made of stardust. Marcus had heard this before, in science class. But somehow, hearing Father Dmitri say it felt different. Now, Father Dmitri continued, if physical energy cannot be destroyed, why would we think spiritual energy, love, consciousness, the soul could be destroyed? Maybe it just changes form too. Maybe your parents aren't gone. Maybe they're just different now. Still here, still loving you, but in a way we can't easily see. Marcus felt something break open inside his chest. Do you really believe that? I do, Father Dmitri said firmly. And the image Elon Musk showed the world yesterday. That's part of the proof. What do you mean? Father Dmitri looked around the church, making sure no one else was listening. Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a small USB drive. What Elon showed yesterday was just the first image, he said quietly. The image of Jesus's face. But there's a second image, one that hasn't been shown to the public yet. And Marcus, when people see the second image, they're gonna need help understanding it. They're gonna need someone young, someone pure, someone who's experienced real loss but still has hope. They're gonna need you. Me? Marcus's voice came out as a squeak. I'm just a kid. I'm nobody. You're not nobody, Father Dmitri said firmly. You're exactly who you need to be. And I think deep down you know that's true. Marcus looked down at the USB drive. It was small and silver, ordinary looking. But Father Dmitri held it like it contained the secrets of the universe. What's on it? Marcus asked. Information about the second image, about what it shows, and a message from me, explaining what's going to happen next. Father Dmitri pressed the drive into Marcus's hand. When Elon reveals the second image to the world, and he will very soon, people are going to be scared, confused, Some will say it's fake. Others will say it proves things they don't want to believe. What does it show? Marcus asked. Father Dmitri smiled mysteriously. You'll see when the time is right. But I can tell you this much. It shows the moment of resurrection. It shows what happens when love is so strong that it breaks the rules of death itself. It shows pure energy and light captured in fabric. Proof that something miraculous really happened. Marcus's hands were shaking. Why would people be scared of that? Because, Father Dmitri said sadly, if resurrection is real, then everything changes. It means death isn't the end. It means love continues. It means there's something bigger than ourselves watching over us. And for some people, that's terrifying. They'd rather believe we're alone in a meaningless universe than accept that we're part of something infinite. Marcus thought about this. He thought about his parents. He thought about the empty hole inside him. If I help, he said slowly, if I do whatever you're asking me to do, will I see my parents again? Someday? Father Dmitri put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. His hand was warm and steady. I believe you will, he said. Not tomorrow. Not in the way you want. But yes, I believe love reunites us with those we've lost. I believe your mother and father are watching over you right now, proud of your courage. Tears ran down Marcus's face. He didn't try to stop them. They sat there together for a long time, an old Russian priest and a grieving 12-year-old boy, in an empty church in San Francisco. Finally, Father Dmitri stood up. You should go home now. Your grandmother will worry. But keep that USB drive safe. And Marcus, when Elon makes his second announcement, when everything gets crazy, remember what I told you. Remember that you're made of stardust. Remember that energy cannot be destroyed. Remember that love continues. Marcus stood up too, wiping his eyes. Will I see you again? Soon, Father Dmitri promised. Very soon. Things are going to happen quickly now. The world is about to change, Marcus, and you're going to help it change in the right way. Marcus walked toward the church door, then stopped and turned back. Father Dmitri? The message you mentioned? The one that says the child is the key. How did you know about that? Father Dmitri's eyes twinkled. Because my young friend, I was part of the team that excavated the site in Jerusalem. I was there when we found the third cloth. I was the one who translated the ancient Aramaic writing, and when I read those words about a child who lost faith but would find it again, I immediately thought of you. Marcus stared. That's impossible. How could someone 2,000 years ago know about me? That, Father Dmitri said with a gentle smile, is exactly the question you need to ask. Because the answer will change everything you think you know about time, about fate, and about how much you're loved. Marcus walked out of the church into the bright afternoon sunlight, his mind spinning. He made it home by 4:30, before Rosa returned from visiting Mrs. Lopez. He went straight to his room and locked the door. Then he pulled out the USB drive and stared at it. Should he look at what was on it? Or wait? His laptop sat on his desk. Waiting. Marcus took a deep breath and plugged in the drive. A folder appeared on his screen, labeled from Marcus Chen. The truth about the second image. Inside were video files, documents, and photographs. Marcus clicked on the video labeled "Watch this first." Father Dmitri's face appeared on the screen. He looked serious. Marcus, the recorded voice said, if you're watching this, it means you came to the church. It means you're ready. What I'm about to show you has been hidden for 2,000 years. It's proof that love is stronger than death, that resurrection is real, that your parents aren't gone. They've just changed form, like energy transforming from one state to another. The second image shows the moment when Jesus rose from death. It shows an explosion of light and energy that shouldn't be possible according to the laws of physics. But it happened. And Marcus, there's something else. Something Elon doesn't know yet. The video paused. Marcus heard a noise downstairs. The front door opening. Mijo. I'm home. Rosa's voice called up. Marcus quickly closed the laptop, his heart racing. He'd have to watch the rest later. But already his mind was reeling with questions. What didn't Elon know yet? What else was in that second image? And why? Why did an ancient message written 2,000 years ago seem to be talking about him? Marcus lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling, the USB drive clutched in his hand. Outside his window, the sun was setting over San Francisco. painting the sky in shades of orange and pink and gold. And for the first time since his parents died, Marcus felt like he was part of something bigger, something important, something that mattered. He didn't understand it yet. He was still scared, still confused, but he felt alive. He felt chosen. He felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. While Marcus Chen slept that night in San Francisco, the world was changing. In Rome, Italy, it was early morning. Pope Francis stood at his window in the Vatican, looking out over St. Peter's Square. The ancient plaza was already filling with people, thousands of them holding candles and pictures of the image Elon Musk had revealed. "Your Holiness," said Cardinal Martinez, entering the room quietly. "The crowd is growing. They want to hear from you. They want to know if the church believes the image is real." Pope Francis was 88 years old. He'd seen many things in his long life: wars, miracles claimed and disproven, the rise and fall of faith across the world. "What do our experts say?" he asked. "The scientific evidence appears strong," Cardinal Martinez admitted. "The cloth dates to the right time period. The location is correct. But Your Holiness, we must be careful. The church has been fooled before." Pope Francis nodded slowly. He thought about all the people down in the square. People who needed hope. People who wanted to believe in something bigger than their daily struggles. "Prepare a statement," he said finally. "We will say that the church is studying this discovery carefully, with both faith and reason. We will say that whether this image is authentic or not, Jesus Christ lived, taught love, and changed the world. That truth doesn't need a photograph to be real. And if it is authentic," Cardinal Martinez asked. The Pope smiled. "Then we thank God for giving us this gift. And we ask what He wants us to do with it." Across the Mediterranean Sea, in Jerusalem, the sun was rising over the Old City. Dr. Youssef al-Rashid stood at the excavation site near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, watching his team work. They'd been digging carefully for 3 days straight, looking for more artifacts. The site was in the Christian Quarter, surrounded by ancient stone buildings that had stood for hundreds of years. Tourists walked past on the narrow streets, pointing and taking pictures, excited to see where the famous cloth had been found. Dr. al-Rashid, one of his students, a young woman named Layla, waved from the dig site. "We found something." Dr. al-Rashid hurried over, his heart beating fast. He was a Palestinian archaeologist who'd spent his whole career studying Jerusalem's layers of history. This city had been conquered and rebuilt so many times by Romans, Byzantines, Muslims, Crusaders, Ottomans. Every layer told a story. But this story was different. This was about the most famous person who'd ever lived in this city. Layla held up a small pottery fragment. "Look at the markings." Dr. al-Rashid examined it carefully. More Aramaic writing. He translated slowly. "Hidden until the appointed time." "What does it mean?" Layla asked. "I think," Dr. al-Rashid said quietly, "whoever buried these cloths did it on purpose. They were protecting them, waiting for the right moment when they could be found." "But how could they know we'd have the technology to see the images?" Layla asked. 2,000 years ago, they didn't have computers or cameras or anything." Dr. al-Rashid had no answer. It was the same question that kept him awake at night. His phone buzzed. A text from Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, in England. "Found evidence the artifacts are authentic. But there's something strange about the second image. The energy readings don't make scientific sense. We need to talk." In Beijing, China, it was afternoon. Government officials sat in a secure meeting room, discussing what to do about Elon Musk's announcement. "We should block all discussion of this image," said Minister Chen, a stern woman in a dark suit. "Religion destabilizes society. If people start believing in resurrection and miracles, they might question the government's authority." "Too late," said another official, pulling up his tablet. "The image is everywhere, on every social media platform. People are sharing it faster than we can delete it." Minister Chen frowned. "Then we control the narrative. We say it's Western propaganda, a trick to make people abandon logic and science." But even as she spoke, she felt uncertain, because she'd seen the image herself. And something about those eyes had made her feel something she couldn't quite name, something that made her think about her grandmother. who'd been a secret Christian and had died in a labor camp during the Cultural Revolution. In Texas, at a megachurch called Victory Faith Center, Pastor James Morrison stood before 10,000 people. "Brothers and sisters," he shouted, his voice booming through the microphone. "God has given us a sign. After 2,000 years of waiting, He has shown us the true face of our Lord and Savior." The crowd roared. People raised their hands toward heaven. Some were crying. Some were laughing with joy. Pastor Morrison was 55 years old, with perfectly styled hair and a suit that cost $3,000. His church brought in $20 million a year. He drove a Mercedes and lived in a mansion. "This proves everything we've been telling you," he continued. "Jesus is real. Heaven is real. And if you want to be saved, if you want to see your loved ones again in paradise, then you need to accept Him into your heart right now." But in the front row, his daughter Rachel sat with her arms crossed. She was 23 years old, home from college, and she didn't believe a word her father said. Rachel had watched Elon's press conference. She'd seen the image, and yes, it was beautiful. Yes, it was moving. But her father was already using it to manipulate people, to make them scared, to make them donate money. She stood up and walked out of the church, disgusted. In New York City, outside Tesla's headquarters in Manhattan, a different kind of crowd had gathered. These people weren't believers, they were protesters. "Science, not superstition," they chanted, "facts, not faith." Dr. Rebecca Stone stood at the front of the crowd with a megaphone. She was a famous atheist scientist who'd written 3 best-selling books about why religion was harmful. "Don't be fooled," she shouted to the cameras. "This is exactly the kind of manipulation religions have used for thousands of years. They find some old cloth, they make up a story about it, and suddenly people are giving away their money and their freedom." A reporter pushed forward. "But Dr. Stone, what about the scientific evidence? Multiple laboratories have verified the age of the cloth. The imaging technology is real." "The cloth might be old," Dr. Rebecca admitted, "but that doesn't mean the image is authentic. Someone could have created it recently using the same technology Elon claims revealed it. This could be the most elaborate hoax in history." Behind her, protesters held signs, "Show us the raw data," and "Science requires proof," and "Question everything." But even Dr. Rebecca felt a tiny doubt in her heart, because she'd spent 40 years studying science. She knew what was possible and what wasn't. And something about this discovery didn't fit neatly into either category. In a small village in Kenya, a different scene was unfolding. The village was called Kibera, on the outskirts of Nairobi. It was poor, really poor. Most people lived in small metal shacks. Many didn't have clean water or electricity. In the village medical clinic, Nurse Grace Wanjiru was treating a little boy with malaria. His name was Joseph, and he was only 6 years old. His fever was very high. Grace wasn't sure he would survive the night. Joseph's mother, Mary, sat beside the bed, holding her son's hand and praying quietly. A teenager ran into the clinic. "Nurse Grace, have you seen the image?" He held up a phone, showing the face on the screen. Mary looked up from her prayers. She saw the image, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face. "That's him," she whispered. "That's Jesus. He looks just like I always imagined. Kind, strong, someone who understands suffering." Grace looked at the image too. She felt something warm spread through her chest. "Keep praying," she told Mary. "Keep believing." That night, Joseph's fever broke. By morning, he was sitting up and asking for food. The doctors said it was the malaria medicine working. Mary said it was prayer. Grace thought maybe it was both. Back in San Francisco, in a small apartment on Liberty Street, Rosa Chen woke up at 2 a.m. She'd had a dream about her daughter Jennifer, Marcus's mother. In the dream, Jennifer was standing in bright light, smiling. She looked healthy and happy. She said, "Mama, take care of Marcus. Something important is about to happen. He's gonna need you to be strong. He's gonna need you to believe, even when everything seems impossible." Rosa sat up in bed, her heart pounding. She walked down the hall to Marcus's room and opened the door quietly. Marcus was asleep, the USB drive still clutched in his hand. Rosa didn't know what it was, but she could see, even in sleep, that her grandson's face looked different. More peaceful, less sad. She whispered a prayer in Spanish, the language of her childhood. Dios mío, protege a mi nieto. Él es todo lo que me queda de mi hija. Protégelo y guíalo. My God, protect my grandson. He is all I have left of my daughter. Protect him and guide him. Then she went back to bed, but she didn't sleep. She lay awake feeling that the world was changing, feeling that her grandson was part of something bigger than she could understand. In India, in the city of Mumbai, a Hindu priest named Prakash Sharma sat in his temple, looking at the image on his laptop. Hinduism taught that there were many paths to God, many faces of the divine. Jesus, Hindus, was another manifestation of divine love. This face, Prakash said to his assistant, it shows compassion, the same compassion we see in images of Krishna, of Buddha, of all great spiritual teachers. Perhaps this is God's way of reminding us that love is universal. That truth appears in every tradition. His assistant nodded. Should we tell our congregation? Tell them what I've always told them. Prakash said, that God speaks in many languages, appears in many forms, but the message is always the same. Love one another. Serve one another. See the divine in every person. In a mosque in Cairo, Egypt, Imam Hassan Ali was having a similar conversation. The Quran teaches us that yes, Jesus was a great prophet, he told his students. He performed miracles. He was born to the Virgin Maryam. He ascended to heaven. We honor him as we honor all prophets. But teacher, one student asked, if this image is real, does it change anything? Imam Hassan thought carefully. It changes nothing about our faith. We already believed Jesus was real. We already believed he was special. If this image helps Christians feel closer to their faith, then alhamdulillah, praise God. We should celebrate when people find their way to divine truth, even if their path is different from ours. In a laboratory in Switzerland, scientists were working through the night. Dr. Heinrich Müller examined the cloth samples under an electron microscope for the 100th time. The fibers are definitely first century, he told his assistant. No question about that. But the image, the way the light patterns are embedded in the molecular structure, I've never seen anything like it. Could it be fake? His assistant asked. If it's fake, Dr. Müller said slowly, then someone has technology far more advanced than anything I know about. The image isn't painted on. It's not a photograph transferred onto the cloth. It's somehow woven into the very atoms of the fabric. Like the cloth itself remembers what it saw. His assistant laughed nervously. Cloth can't have memories. I know, Dr. Müller said. That's what troubles me. Because all the evidence says this is real, but my understanding of physics says it should be impossible. On social media, the arguments raged. Twitter was exploding with hashtags. Jesus image, resurrection proof, fake news, miracle or hoax. Facebook groups formed overnight. Believers in the true image had 500,000 members. Scientists Against Religious Manipulation had 300,000 members. YouTube videos analyzing every pixel of the image got millions of views. Some people were having their faith restored. Others were losing faith in humanity's common sense. Everyone had an opinion. A teenage girl in Australia posted, "My grandmother died last year. Seeing this image makes me think maybe she's okay. Maybe death isn't the end. Maybe love continues. I really hope it's real." A college professor in Canada posted, "This is dangerous. When people start believing in miracles, they stop thinking critically. They become easy to manipulate. We need evidence, not emotions." A mother in Brazil posted, "I don't care if it's real or fake. Looking at those eyes makes me want to be a better person. Isn't that what matters?" In a secret government facility in Virginia, intelligence analysts were monitoring everything. "Sir," an agent said to his supervisor, "we've detected multiple cyber attacks on SpaceX servers. Someone is trying to delete the data about the discovery." "Who?" the supervisor asked. "We don't know yet. The attacks are coming from multiple countries. Russia, China, North Korea, but also from inside the United States. Someone really doesn't want this information to spread." The supervisor frowned. "Why would anyone want to hide proof of Jesus?" "Maybe," the agent said quietly, "because if resurrection is real, it means a lot of people in power have been lying. It means death isn't the end. It means there might be consequences for how we treat each other. Some people would prefer we keep believing this life is all there is. At exactly 3 a.m. California time, something happened. Every computer system at SpaceX suddenly went dark. Screens turned black. Servers crashed. Backup systems failed. In Texas, at Starbase, alarms started blaring. Elon Musk ran into the control room. Still wearing pajamas. "What's happening?" he shouted. "Massive cyber attack," his chief of security said. "Someone hit us with everything they have. They're trying to delete all the data about the cloths, the images, everything. Can you stop them?" "We're trying. But sir, they're really good. Better than any hackers we've ever seen. It's like they knew exactly where to hit us." Elon's face went pale. "The second image. Did they get the second image?" The security chief typed frantically. It's still there. Barely. But sir, if they breach one more firewall, it's gone. Everything we found will be erased." Elon made a decision in that moment. A decision that would change everything. "Copy everything to my personal drive. Right now. And get me a secure phone line. I need to call someone." "Who?" "A 12-year-old boy in San Francisco," Elon said. "Because Father Dimitri was right. We're going to need him sooner than we thought." In Marcus's room, his phone started ringing at 3:15 a.m. He woke up confused, reaching for it in the darkness. The caller ID said, "Unknown number." He almost didn't answer. But something made him press the green button. "Hello?" His voice was thick with sleep. "Marcus Chen?" A man's voice. Urgent. Scared. "This is Elon Musk. I know this sounds crazy. I know it's the middle of the night. But I need your help. Someone is trying to destroy the evidence. They're trying to make sure the world never sees the second image. Father Dimitri told me you're the key. I didn't understand what he meant until now. But Marcus, I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" Marcus sat up in bed, his heart racing. "What? What do you want me to do?" "I need you to meet me in Texas. Tomorrow. I'm sending a private plane to pick you up. We need to show the world the second image before it's too late. And Marcus, I need you there when we do it." "Father Dimitri says you're supposed to help people understand. I don't know why. I don't understand any of this. But right now, you're the only person I trust to help me do the right thing." Marcus looked at the USB drive on his nightstand. At the video he hadn't finished watching. At his backpack with his school books. He thought about his parents. About faith. About hope. And he made the most important decision of his 12-year-old life. "Okay," Marcus whispered. "I'll come." The sun was just beginning to rise over Jerusalem when Dr. Sarah Okonkwo's plane touched down at Ben Gurion Airport. She'd been awake for 24 hours straight, drinking terrible airplane coffee and reviewing data on her laptop. Her eyes felt scratchy and tired, but her mind was buzzing with questions. Dr. Youssef al-Rashid met her at arrivals, holding a cardboard sign that said Dr. Okonkwo, even though they'd worked together before and he knew exactly what she looked like. "Sarah," he embraced her warmly. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "You said you found something important," Sarah said, adjusting her carry-on bag. "Something about the excavation site." "More than important," Youssef said, his dark eyes serious. "Come. We'll talk in the car." They drove through the busy morning traffic of Tel Aviv, then east toward Jerusalem. Sarah watched the landscape change from modern highways to ancient hills. This land had seen so much history, so many wars, so many prayers. "The cyber attack started 2 days ago," Youssef explained as he drove. "Someone is trying very hard to make this discovery disappear. They hit SpaceX. They hit our servers at the Israeli Antiquities Authority. They even tried to hack the Swiss laboratory that did the carbon dating." "Who would want to hide this?" Sarah asked. Youssef shrugged. "Governments who fear religion. Religious leaders who fear their version of truth being changed. Wealthy people who profit from the world staying exactly as it is. Take your pick." They entered Jerusalem through the Jaffa Gate, driving into the Old City. The streets were narrow here, made of ancient stone worn smooth by millions of footsteps over thousands of years. Sarah had been to Jerusalem many times before, but it always took her breath away. The city felt alive with history. Every stone had a story. Every alley held secrets. They parked near the Christian Quarter and walked the rest of the way. The excavation site was surrounded by temporary fencing and security guards. "We've had to increase security," Yusef said. "Too many people trying to steal artifacts or destroy them." Inside the fencing, the dig site was a carefully organized chaos. Students and workers moved slowly through layers of earth, using small brushes and tools to expose what lay beneath. Each layer represented a different time period: Ottoman, Crusader, Byzantine, Roman. The deepest layer was what interested Sarah. 1st century CE, the time of Jesus. "Here," Yusef said, leading her to a sectioned-off area. "This is where we found the first 2 cloths." In this cave tomb sealed with a stone, Sarah knelt down, examining the space. It was a typical Jewish burial tomb from that period. A saw cave cut into the limestone rock, with a bench where a body would have been laid out. The cloths were in clay jars, Yusef continued, sealed with wax. Whoever put them here wanted them preserved, protected. "And the 3rd cloth?" Sarah asked. "The one with the message?" Yusef led her deeper into the tomb. At the very back, hidden behind a false wall that had looked like solid rock, was another small chamber. "We only found this 3 days ago," he said. The wall was designed to look natural, but one of our students noticed the limestone was a slightly different color. When we carefully removed it, we found this. He shined a flashlight into the chamber. Sarah saw another clay jar, still sealed. "We haven't opened it yet," Yusef said. "We wanted you here for that." Sarah's hands trembled as she pulled on latex gloves. This was the moment every archaeologist lived for, opening something that hadn't been touched in 2,000 years. Together, she and Yusef carefully lifted the jar from its resting place. It was heavy, about the size of a large wine bottle. The clay was reddish-brown, typical of 1st century Judean pottery. Around the rim was more Aramaic writing. Sarah read it slowly, her knowledge of the ancient language coming back. "For the one who seeks truth with a pure heart. For the child who will help the world understand." "The child again," Yusef said quietly. Every message mentions a child. They carried the jar to a work tent set up nearby, where proper tools and lighting awaited. Several other archaeologists gathered around. This was too important to do without witnesses. Sarah used a small knife to carefully cut through the ancient wax seal. The jar opened with a soft pop, releasing air that had been trapped inside for nearly 2,000 years. Inside was another piece of cloth, folded carefully, but there was something else too. A small scroll, made of papyrus. "A letter," Sarah breathed. Someone left a letter. With infinite care, she unrolled the papyrus. The Aramaic writing was clear, written by an educated hand. Sarah began translating aloud, her voice shaking. "I am Miriam of Magdala, called by some Mary Magdalene. I write this in the year following the death and rising of Yeshua, whom I loved as a teacher and friend. I witnessed his execution. I witnessed his burial, and 3 days later, I witnessed something that changed everything I understood about life and death. I was the first to see him risen. I was the first to understand that love is stronger than death, that the energy we call the soul cannot be destroyed, only transformed. Yeshua told me that one day, far in the future, people would have the ability to see what happened in that tomb. He told me to preserve these burial cloths, to hide them until the appointed time. He said a child would come. A child who had lost faith but would find it again. Through that child, the world would finally understand. The first cloth shows his face as he was in life. The second cloth captured the moment of transformation, when his body filled with light and energy as he passed from death to life. But this third cloth, this one I kept for myself, wrapped around my own shoulders on that miraculous morning. It captured my joy, my wonder, my absolute certainty that everything he taught was true. To whoever reads this, do not fear what you have found. Do not let others destroy it out of fear. The world needs hope. The world needs to know that love continues. Trust the child. The child will know what to do. The tent was completely silent when Sarah finished reading. She looked up at Yusef, tears streaming down her face. This is the most significant archaeological find in history. If it's authentic, Yusef said carefully. He had to say it. They were scientists, after all. Test it, Sarah said. Test the papyrus, the ink, everything. But Yusuf, this writing style is correct for the period. The language is right. Even the way she refers to herself. Miriam of Magdala, that's how she would have been known. They carefully unfolded the third cloth. It was smaller than the other two. And the image on it was different. Instead of a face or an explosion of light, this cloth showed something else entirely. It showed patterns that look almost like music, like waves of energy moving through the fabric. "What is that?" one of the students asked. Sarah stared at it, her archaeological training mixing with something else. Something more intuitive. "I think," she said slowly, "it's emotion. Pure emotion captured somehow in the cloth." Mary Magdalene's joy and wonder at seeing someone she loved return from death. It's like a photograph of a feeling. Her phone buzzed. A text from SpaceX, Dr. Okonkwo. "Urgent. We need your expertise. Can you video call in 1 hour? Elon needs to talk to you about the second image before we go public." Sarah looked at Yusuf. "They're gonna reveal the second cloth soon. The one showing the resurrection moment. Are you gonna tell them about this third cloth?" he asked. Sarah thought carefully. "Not yet. Let's verify everything first. Make sure it's authentic. Then we'll decide what to share." But even as she said it, she felt uncertain. Because if the letter was real, if Mary Magdalene really wrote those words, then everything she thought she knew about history, about religion, about the nature of reality itself, was wrong. Or maybe not wrong. Maybe just incomplete. An hour later, Sarah sat in a quiet corner of the work tent. Her laptop opened for a video call. Elon Musk's face appeared on screen. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. "Dr. Okonkwo," he said. "Thank you for joining. I'll get straight to the point. We're under attack. Someone is trying to destroy all evidence of the discovery. We need to go public with the second image now before it's too late." "Have you verified it completely?" Sarah asked. "As much as we can. But I need your expert opinion. I'm sending you the full imaging data right now." Sarah's email pinged. She downloaded the files and opened them. The second cloth image appeared on her screen, and she gasped. It showed exactly what Father Dimitri had described, an explosion of light and energy. But with the full resolution data, she could see more details. Within the light patterns were shapes, faces, hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. "What am I looking at?" she whispered. "That's what we need you to tell us," Elon said. "Our physicists say the energy signature is impossible. It shows more power than a human body should be able to produce. It's like a star exploding, like matter converting directly to energy." Sarah zoomed in on one section of the image. The faces and the light patterns seemed to span different time periods. She saw what looked like ancient clothing, medieval clothing, modern clothing. "This doesn't make sense," she said. "How could an image from 2,000 years ago show people from different time periods?" "Unless," Elon said quietly, "time doesn't work the way we think it does. Unless, at the moment of resurrection, if that's what this was, time somehow collapsed, past, present, and future all existing in the same moment." Sarah's scientific mind rebelled against this idea. But her eyes couldn't deny what she was seeing. "There's something else," Elon continued. "We found a date stamp in the energy signature. It's showing a future event, tomorrow. Something is going to happen tomorrow that creates this same kind of energy pattern. But we don't know what or where." Sarah felt chills run down her spine. "Elon," she said carefully, "I think you need to know something. We found a third cloth here in Jerusalem, and a letter, written by Mary Magdalene." She saw Elon's eyes widen. "What does it say?" Sarah summarized the letter, watching Elon's face change from surprise to wonder to something like fear. "A child," he said. "It keeps coming back to a child. Dr. Okonkwo, there's a boy. His name is Marcus Chen. He's 12 years old, from San Francisco. Father Dimitri identified him as the one mentioned in the prophecies, the child who lost faith but will find it again. I've asked him to come to Texas, to be there when we reveal the second image." "You're bringing a 12-year-old into this," Sarah said, shocked. I know how it sounds, Elon said. But everything keeps pointing to him. The ancient writings, Father Dimitri's visions. Even my own intuition tells me he's important somehow. Sarah was quiet for a moment. As a scientist, this all seemed crazy. Prophecies written 2,000 years ago about a specific child? Impossible. But as someone who just read Mary Magdalene's letter with her own eyes, who'd seen the carbon dating and the authentic first-century writing, maybe impossible things could be real. When are you revealing the second image? She asked. Tomorrow night, Elon said. We're going to broadcast it from space, from a starship in orbit. That way no single government can shut us down. Dr. Okonkwo, I need you there too. We need experts who can help people understand what they're seeing. Sarah thought about her career, her reputation, everything she'd built on being careful and skeptical and scientific. If she did this, if she stood beside Elon Musk and told the world these artifacts were real, she'd be risking everything. But if she didn't, if she let fear keep her silent while the most important discovery in human history was revealed, I'll come, she said. But I'm bringing the third cloth. And Mary Magdalene's letter. The world needs to see everything. After the call ended, Sarah sat in the tent watching the sun set over Jerusalem through the open flap. This city had seen so much. The birth of 3 great religions, countless wars, endless prayers, rising up like smoke. And now, after 2,000 years, it was giving up its greatest secret. She thought about Marcus, the 12-year-old boy flying to Texas. She wondered what he was feeling. If he understood how much the world was about to change. She thought about her own childhood in Nigeria, going to church with her mother, singing hymns and hearing stories about Jesus. Back then it had all seemed so simple, Then she'd become a scientist. She'd learn to question everything, to demand proof. But maybe faith and proof weren't opposites. Maybe they were 2 different ways of seeing the same truth. Sarah pulled out her phone and texted her mother in London. Mama, remember how you always said God works in mysterious ways? I think I'm finally starting to understand what you meant. Her mother texted back immediately, does this have to do with the image on the news? I've been praying about it, Sarah, my dear. Sometimes God waits until we have the tools to understand before he reveals his miracles. Be brave. Tell the truth. Sarah smiled through her tears. Then she received another text, this one from an unknown number. Dr. Okonkwo, this is Marcus Chen. Elon gave me your number. I'm scared. I don't know why everyone thinks I'm important. I'm just a kid who misses his parents. But I'm going to try to be brave. I hope you'll help me. Sarah typed back, Marcus, I'm scared too. But I think that's okay. Courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about doing the right thing even when you are afraid. I'll be there with you. We'll figure this out together. She hit send, then started packing her equipment. Tomorrow, she'd fly to Texas. Tomorrow, the world would see the second image. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight, sitting in a tent in Jerusalem with an ancient letter written by a woman who'd witnessed resurrection, Sarah Okonkwo did something she hadn't done since childhood. She prayed. Not with fancy words. Not with rehearsed phrases. Just a simple whisper into the gathering darkness. God, if you're real, if you're listening, please help us do this right. Help us show people the truth in a way that brings hope, not fear. And please, please protect that boy. He's gonna need all the help he can get. Outside, the call to prayer echoed from a nearby mosque. Church bells rang from the Christian quarter. Somewhere, a Jewish family was lighting Shabbat candles. Jerusalem, the city of 3 faiths, was doing what it had done for thousands of years, praying, hoping, believing that somehow, despite all the evidence of human cruelty and suffering, there was something bigger watching over them all. And for the first time in her career, Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, PhD in archaeology, expert in first-century Judea, skeptic and scientist, she believed it too. Marcus stood in his bedroom at 6 a.m., staring at his open suitcase. What do you pack when you're about to help change the world? He'd thrown in some clothes, jeans, t-shirts, his favorite hoodie with the Golden State Warriors logo, his toothbrush, his phone charger. But it all felt so normal, so ordinary. When nothing about this situation was ordinary at all, the USB drive sat on his desk. next to his laptop. He'd finally watched the rest of Father Dimitri's video last night, after Elon's phone call. What he'd seen had kept him awake until 3 a.m. The second image. The explosion of light. The faces within the light that seemed to span all of time. And Father Dimitri's explanation. Marcus, what you're seeing is proof that when someone rises from death through pure love, they don't rise alone. They connect with every soul that ever was or ever will be. Time collapses. All of humanity becomes one. This is what resurrection really means. Not just one person defeating death, but all of us being shown that we're eternally connected through love. Marcus didn't fully understand it, but he felt it. Deep in his chest, in the place that had hurt so much since his parents died, he felt something shift. Mijo. Rosa stood in his doorway, wearing her bathrobe, her gray hair messy from sleep. Her eyes were red from crying. Marcus had told her everything last night. About the mysterious text, about meeting Father Dimitri, about Elon's phone call, about the private plane that would pick him up at San Francisco International Airport at 10 a.m. She'd been upset at first, angry that he ditched school, scared that he was getting involved in something dangerous. But then he'd shown her Father Dimitri's video. He'd shown her the image of the light, and Rosa had gasped, pressing her hand to her heart. Jennifer, she'd whispered. I see Jennifer in the light. I see my daughter. Marcus had looked closer, and yes, there in one of the swirling patterns was a face that looked like his mom. Maybe it was his imagination. Maybe it was just hope making him see what he wanted to see. But maybe it was real. Now Rosa came into his room and sat on his bed. Are you sure about this? She asked. You're only 12 years old. This is so much responsibility. Marcus sat beside her. Grandma, I don't know why everyone thinks I'm important. I don't know why some ancient letter talks about me. I'm scared. I feel like I'm going to mess everything up. Then why go? Rosa asked gently. Marcus thought about this. He thought about his parents, about the empty hole inside him that had hurt for 2 years, about the tiny spark of hope he'd felt when he saw the first image. Because he said slowly, what if it's true? What if Mom and Dad aren't really gone? What if love really does continue forever? If there's even a chance that's true, then I have to help people see it. I have to try. Rosa hugged him tight. She smelled like the lavender soap she always used. Your mother would be so proud of you, she whispered. So brave, so full of faith, even after everything. Will you come with me? Marcus asked. To Texas? I don't want to do this alone. Rosa pulled back, holding his face in her hands. Of course I'll come. You think I'd let my grandson fly across the country without me? We're family, Micho. We stick together. At 9 a.m., a black car arrived to take them to the airport. The driver was a serious-looking woman who introduced herself only as Agent Torres. I'm with Mr. Musk's security team, she explained. We're taking extra precautions. There have been threats. Threats? Rosa's voice went high with worry. Nothing specific, Agent Torres said quickly. But when something this important happens, there are always people who react badly. Don't worry. You'll be protected every step of the way. They drove through San Francisco in silence. Marcus watched his city pass by, the colorful Victorian houses, the steep hills, the homeless people sleeping in doorways. Everything looked the same as always, but somehow different, like he was seeing it all through new eyes. His phone buzzed. A text from Aisha. Dude, where are you? You weren't at school yesterday afternoon and you're not here today. Are you sick? Marcus typed back, not sick. Something happened. Something big. I can't explain yet, but I promise I'll tell you everything when I get back. Aisha responded immediately, you're freaking me out. Are you okay? Marcus smiled. I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. I think I'm finally starting to believe in something again. Believe in what? Everything, Marcus typed. I'll call you later. I promise. At the airport, Agent Torres led them past all the normal security lines to a private area Marcus didn't even know existed. They walked out onto the tarmac where a small white jet was waiting. That's for us? Marcus whispered. Odd. Mr. Musk doesn't do things halfway, Agent Torres said with a small smile. As they climbed the stairs into the plane, Marcus looked back at San Francisco. The sun was bright on the bay. Sailboats dotted the water. The Golden Gate Bridge stretched across the horizon like a promise. He wondered when he'd see his home again, and what kind of person he'd be when he came back. The plane was incredible. Leather seats that reclined into beds, a table with snacks and drinks, windows that dimmed automatically when the sun was too bright. Marcus and Rosa sat together as the plane took off, holding hands during the bumpy part. Once they were in the air, cruising smoothly above the clouds, a flight attendant brought them lunch, fancy sandwiches and fruit and chocolate chip cookies. "This is like a movie," Rosa said, shaking her head in wonder. "My grandson, flying on a private jet to help Elon Musk reveal secrets about Jesus. If you'd told me this a week ago, I would have thought you were crazy." Marcus laughed. It felt good to laugh. "I think I am a little crazy." His phone had satellite internet on the plane. He opened social media and saw that the second image was trending worldwide. Everyone knew Elon was planning another announcement. Rumors were flying. Some people said the second image would prove resurrection was real. Others said it would prove the whole thing was fake. Everyone had theories. Marcus saw a post from Pastor James Morrison, the mega church leader from Texas. "Whatever Elon Musk shows tomorrow, remember that faith doesn't need proof. We believe because we choose to believe. Don't let science shake your foundations." And a response from Dr. Rebecca Stone, the atheist scientist. "Actually, real faith should welcome investigation. If your beliefs can't handle questions, they're not worth believing." Marcus thought both of them had a point, in different ways. He saw another post, this one from someone in Kenya. "My son was dying. We prayed. We saw the image. Now he's getting better. I don't need scientists to tell me if it's real. I know in my heart." And someone from China. "Our government banned the image, but we're sharing it anyway. Some truths are too important to hide." The whole world was watching, waiting, hoping, doubting, believing, arguing. And tomorrow, Marcus would be part of showing them something that might answer their questions, or might create 1,000 new ones. "Misho," Rosa said, pulling out her phone. "Look at this." She showed him a news article. The headline read, "Who is Marcus Chen? The mysterious boy at the center of history's greatest discovery." Someone had figured out who he was. There were pictures of him, school photos, a shot of him and Aisha at Dolores Park last summer. The article talked about his parents' death, about how he'd stopped going to church, about how he was the perfect symbol of a generation searching for faith. Marcus felt his stomach drop. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be a symbol." "I know," Rosa said gently, "but sometimes God chooses us for things we didn't ask for. That doesn't mean we're not strong enough to handle them." The flight took 4 hours. Marcus tried to sleep but couldn't. His mind kept spinning with questions. What would happen tomorrow? What would people think when they saw the second image? Would they believe it? Would it help them or just make them more confused? And the biggest question of all, why him? What was he supposed to do or say that would help anyone understand? Finally, the plane began its descent into Texas. Marcus looked out the window and saw flat brown land stretching forever. Then, in the distance, something incredible. A massive silver rocket standing tall against the sky. Starship. The rocket that would take them to space tomorrow. The rocket that would broadcast the second image to the entire world. A different car met them at the small airport near Starbase. This driver introduced himself as Miguel, and he was friendlier than Agent Torres. "Big day tomorrow," he said cheerfully as they drove toward the SpaceX facility. "Whole world's gonna be watching." "No pressure," Marcus muttered, and Miguel laughed. Starbase was like something from a science fiction movie. Massive buildings, testing facilities, and everywhere that enormous rocket dominating the skyline. They drove through several security checkpoints before reaching a building labeled guest quarters. Inside, a woman in a SpaceX uniform greeted them warmly. "Welcome. I'm Diana. I'll show you to your rooms. You'll have a few hours to rest before dinner with Mr. Musk and the team." The rooms were nice, not fancy like a hotel, but comfortable, clean. Marcus's room had a big window with a view of the rocket. He stood at that window for a long time, just staring. Tomorrow, he'd be on that rocket, flying into space, helping reveal something that billions of people were waiting to see. His phone rang. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo's face appeared on the video call. Marcus? It's Sarah. I just landed in Texas. I wanted to check on you before dinner. How are you feeling? Marcus appreciated that she asked how he felt, not what he thought or if he was ready. Scared, he admitted, and excited, and confused, and like maybe I'm gonna throw up. Sarah laughed kindly. All perfectly normal reactions. Marcus, I want you to know something. I've spent my whole career studying history and archaeology. I've seen hundreds of fake artifacts, thousands of false claims. I am very, very good at spotting lies. Okay, Marcus said. And this? Sarah's face grew serious. This is real. The cloths are authentic. The images are genuine. Whatever happened 2,000 years ago in that tomb in Jerusalem, it really happened. I don't fully understand it. Science can't completely explain it. But it's real. Marcus felt tears building in his eyes. Does that mean my parents? I believe, Sarah said gently, that love is stronger than death. I believe the energy that made your parents who they were, their love, their consciousness, their souls, didn't just disappear. Energy can't be destroyed, Marcus. It only transforms. Your parents are still part of the universe, still connected to you, just in a way that's hard for us to see. Marcus wiped his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. Get some rest, Sarah said. Tomorrow is going to be intense, but you don't have to do it alone. I'll be right there with you. We all will. After the call ended, Marcus lay down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. He thought about what Father Dimitri had said, about energy and transformation, about love continuing forever. He thought about the faces in the light in the second image, about how time seemed to collapse at the moment of resurrection, and he thought about his mom telling him bedtime prayers when he was little. God loves you, Marcus. No matter what happens, you're never alone. Maybe she'd been right all along. Maybe he really wasn't alone. Maybe none of them were. At dinner, Marcus met the full team. Elon Musk looked even more tired in person than he had on the video call. But his eyes were bright with determination. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo smiled warmly at Marcus and Rosa, making them feel welcome. Father Dimitri was there too, his long gray beard and Orthodox robe standing out among all the scientists and engineers in SpaceX uniforms. And there was someone new, Commander Li Wei, an astronaut from China who'd flown to Texas specifically for this event. Marcus, Commander Li said, shaking his hand formally. I heard about you, about the prophecy. My daughter is very sick. When I look at the first image, I feel hope. Tomorrow, when we show the world the second image, I hope it will give others that same feeling. They ate dinner together in a conference room. Pizza and salads. Normal food that somehow felt weird to eat while discussing miracles and resurrection. Elon stood up to address the group. Tomorrow, he said, we're going to do something unprecedented. We're going to take Starship into orbit with a small crew. Marcus, Dr. Okonkwo, Father Dimitri, Commander Li, and myself. From space, we'll broadcast the second image simultaneously to every country on Earth. No single government can block it. No one can shut us down. What about the cyber attacks? Someone asked. We've moved all the data to isolated servers, Elon explained, completely cut off from the internet. They can't reach it now. But that means we have to broadcast from space. It's the only way to reach everyone at once. Rosa raised her hand nervously. Mr. Musk, is it safe for Marcus to go into space? Elon looked at her seriously. I won't lie to you, Mrs. Chen. Space travel always has risks. But Starship is the safest vehicle we've ever built. And we're not going far, just high enough to broadcast clearly. We'll be back on the ground in 4 hours. Rosa looked at Marcus. What do you think, Misho? Marcus thought about his parents. About faith. About the hope that had been growing inside him since he first saw that image. I think, he said slowly, that some things are worth the risk. I think if I can help even one person feel less alone, less sad, less lost, then I should try. Rosa's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded. Then I'll be praying every second you're up there. After dinner, the team showed Marcus and the others what would happen tomorrow. They'd wear special flight suits, not full astronaut suits, just comfortable clothes designed for space. They'd launch at sunset, when the lighting would be perfect for the broadcast. Once in orbit, Elon would introduce each person, explain what they'd found, and then show the second image. "Marcus," Elon said, "we'd like you to speak too, not a long speech. Just tell people what this means to you, why it gives you hope." "Can you do that?" Marcus's mouth went dry. "Speak to the whole world?" "Just speak from your heart," Father Dimitri said gently. "Tell them about your parents. Tell them about losing faith and finding it again. Tell them why love matters." Marcus nodded slowly. He could do that. Maybe. That night back in his room, Marcus couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about what he would say. He pulled out his phone and started writing notes. "My name is Marcus Chen. I'm 12 years old. 2 years ago, my parents died in a car accident. After that, I stopped believing in God. I stopped believing in anything. I felt alone in the whole universe. But then I saw this image, and I felt something. Hope. Like maybe love doesn't end. Like maybe my parents aren't really gone. Like maybe we're all connected in ways we can't see but can feel. I don't know if I have all the answers. I'm just a kid. But I know how it feels to hurt. And I know how it feels when something gives you hope again. If this image can do that for other people, if it can help them believe that love continues, then showing it to the world is worth everything." He read it over several times, changing words, making it sound more like himself. Then he did something he hadn't done in 2 years. He knelt beside his bed, folded his hands, and prayed. "Mom, Dad, if you can hear me, I'm about to do something really big. Something scary. I'm going to space tomorrow. I'm going to help show the world proof that maybe, possibly, you're still out there somewhere. Still watching over me. I miss you so much. Every single day. But I'm going to be brave. I'm going to have faith. Because that's what you taught me. I love you. I hope you're proud." He climbed into bed and finally fell asleep, dreaming of light and faces and his parents' smiles. Outside his window, the starship stood tall against the night sky, waiting for tomorrow, waiting to carry the truth into the heavens, waiting to change the world. 6 months earlier, Elon Musk sat in his office at Neuralink headquarters in Fremont, California, staring at a computer screen that showed something impossible. Dr. Lisa Kowalski, his lead neural imaging specialist, stood beside him. Her hands were shaking. "Run it again," Elon said. "There has to be an error." "We've run it 17 times, Lisa said. The results are always the same." On the screen was an image of brain activity, but not from a living brain. This was a pattern extracted from ancient fabric using their new temporal echo imaging technology. They developed the technology to help paralyzed people control computers with their thoughts. The basic idea was simple. The brain produced electrical patterns that could be read and translated. But during testing, they discovered something unexpected. The technology could read electrical patterns from anywhere, not just living brains. It could detect energy imprints left in materials by intense emotional or neurological activity. It was like discovering that objects had memories. "Show me again," Elon said, "from the beginning." Lisa pulled up a different file. 3 months ago, Dr. James Chen, one of our quantum physicists, suggested we test the technology on archaeological artifacts. He wanted to see if we could detect energy patterns from ancient objects. Maybe learn something about how people in the past thought or felt. "I remember approving that research," Elon said. "Well, Dr. Chen has a friend, Rabbi Michael Goldstein, who works with the Israeli Antiquities Authority. The rabbi mentioned they'd recently found some first-century burial cloths in Jerusalem. Just routine finds, nothing special. But Dr. Chen thought they'd be perfect for testing our technology." Lisa pulled up images of clay jars and folded cloth. "They sent us samples, just tiny pieces approved for scientific testing. We ran them through our equipment, expecting to find, I don't know, maybe faint traces of whoever had been buried in those cloths. Background noise, basically. But that's not what you found," Elon said. "No." Lisa's voice was barely a whisper. She clicked to the next image. A face appeared on the screen. Clear, detailed, impossibly preserved in the quantum structure of the fabric. The energy signature was unlike anything in our database, Lisa explained. It showed a moment of intense consciousness, intense life. But here's what doesn't make sense. The fabric dates to approximately 33 CE. Carbon-14 testing confirms it. That's almost 2,000 years ago. Energy signatures shouldn't last more than a few years. Maximum. They should fade, dissipate. But this one, it's still there, Elon finished. Still strong. Like it happened yesterday. Like it's still happening, Lisa corrected. Elon, the energy pattern isn't static. It's dynamic. It's like the fabric is continuously generating this image. Like whatever created it left behind some kind of eternal imprint. Elon stared at the face. Those kind eyes. That gentle expression. Who is it, he asked. Though he already suspected, Lisa pulled up another file. Rabbi Goldstein. Identified the burial site. It's near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Tradition says that's where Jesus was buried. The clay jar had Aramaic writing on it. The rabbi translated it. She showed him the translation, the burial cloth of Yeshua of Nazareth, who some called the Messiah. Elon felt something cold run through his chest. This can't be real. I know, Lisa said. I've spent the last 3 months trying to prove it's not real. But Elon, every test confirms it. The cloth is authentic first-century material. The energy pattern is genuine, not artificially created. And there's more. She pulled up another image. This one showed an explosion of light. This is from a second cloth, Lisa explained. Found in the same location. The energy signature on this one is… She stopped, searching for words. It's off the charts. It shows a release of energy that should be impossible for a human body to produce. It's like watching a star being born, or matter converting to pure energy. Elon leaned closer to the screen. Within the light patterns, he could see shapes, faces, hundreds of them. What are those? He asked. We don't know, Lisa admitted. The imaging AI tried to analyze them. It identified faces from multiple time periods. Ancient faces, modern faces, even faces that match people who are alive today. It's like the energy burst somehow connected across time. Like at that moment, all of human consciousness became linked. Elon sat back in his chair, his mind racing. He wasn't a religious person. He'd been raised in South Africa, going to church sometimes with his family. But it had never really stuck. As an adult, he'd focused on science, mathematics, technology, things he could measure and prove. He believed in Mars colonization and electric cars and neural implants. He believed in making humanity a multiplanetary species. He believed in physics and engineering. But this, what do you think it means? He asked Lisa. She was quiet for a long moment. I think it means resurrection might be real. Not metaphorically. Actually physically real. I think something happened in that tomb 2,000 years ago that science can't fully explain. Something that released more energy than should be possible. Something that connected human consciousness across all of time. That's impossible, Elon said. I know, Lisa said. But it's what the data shows. Over the next 3 months, Elon assembled a team. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, the world's leading skeptic of religious artifacts. If anyone could prove this was fake, she could. Rabbi Michael Goldstein, an expert in first-century Judaism and ancient Aramaic. Father Dmitry Volkov, a former NASA engineer who'd become a Russian Orthodox priest, someone who understood both science and faith. Dr. James Chen, the quantum physicist who'd started this whole investigation. And Dr. Youssef al-Rashid, the Palestinian archaeologist leading the excavation in Jerusalem. They met in secret, in a secure facility at SpaceX, away from cameras and reporters and anyone who might leak the information before they understood what they had. Elon showed them everything. The cloths, the images, the energy patterns, the test results from laboratories in 5 different countries. For 3 days, they debated and argued and tested and questioned. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo was the hardest to convince. She examined every piece of evidence with a critical eye, looking for fraud or error or misinterpretation. But in the end, even she had to admit, this appears to be authentic. I can't explain it, but I can't disprove it either. Rabbi Goldstein studied the Aramaic inscriptions and confirmed they were genuine first-century writing. The style was correct. The vocabulary was right. Even the religious terminology matched what would have been used by Jews living in Jerusalem during that period. Father Dmitry looked at the images and wept. This is what I've been searching for my whole life, he said. Proof that faith isn't foolish. That love really does conquer death. But the biggest surprise came from Dr. Al-Rashid, the archaeologist. "There's something I haven't told you yet," he said on the third day. "We found a third cloth hidden deeper in the tomb, behind a false wall, and there was a letter with it, written by Mary Magdalene." He showed them the papyrus scroll, the ancient writing, the message about a child who would help the world understand. Elon read it 3 times, his hands shaking. "A child," he said. "Who is this child? How do we find them?" Father Dimitri spoke up. "I think I know. I've been having dreams about a boy. A young boy in San Francisco who lost his parents, who lost his faith. I see him so clearly in my dreams. His face, his pain, his potential. I believe the Holy Spirit has been guiding me to find him." "That's not very scientific," Dr. Sarah Okonkwo said dryly. "No," Father Dimitri agreed, "but neither is resurrection. Sometimes we have to trust things we can't measure." They spent the next 2 months planning. How do you tell the world you found proof of Jesus, of resurrection, of miracles? They knew they'd face immediate pushback. Atheists would call it a hoax. Some religious leaders would say it was blasphemy, that faith shouldn't need proof. Governments would worry about social instability. Scientists would demand more testing. "We need to be transparent," Dr. Sarah insisted. "Release all the data. Let anyone who wants to verify it do so. That's the only way people will believe." "But we need to control the message," Elon countered. "If we just dump this information on the internet, it'll get twisted and misinterpreted. We need to present it carefully, thoughtfully." They decided on a 2-phase approach. First, reveal the face. Show the world what Jesus looked like. Give people time to process that. Let the debate begin. Let scientists start verifying. Then, a few days later, reveal the second image. The resurrection moment. The proof that something miraculous had happened. But they needed the child. The boy from the prophecy. Father Dimitri went to San Francisco. He found Marcus Chen through church records. His mother had been a regular at Saints Peter and Paul. He learned about the car accident, about Marcus's loss of faith. "This is him," Father Dimitri told Elon on a video call. "This is the child from the prophecy. I'm certain of it." The first press conference, the one revealing Jesus' face, went better than Elon had hoped. Yes, there was skepticism. Yes, there were debates. Yes, some people called it fake, but millions of others felt something. Hope, wonder, connection. Elon watched the social media posts flood in. People crying, people praying, people who'd lost their faith finding it again, people who'd never believed starting to wonder if maybe, possibly, there was something more. He thought about his own life. All the companies he'd built, all the rockets he'd launched, all the technology he'd created. None of it had ever made him feel the way he felt seeing those posts. Seeing people find hope. But then the cyber attack started. Someone he still didn't know who was trying to destroy all evidence of the discovery. They hit Scientific servers. They hit the Israeli Antiquities Authority. They hit laboratories in Switzerland and Germany and England. Elon realized, some people didn't want this information to exist. Some people were afraid of what it meant. He moved all the data to isolated servers, cut them off from the internet entirely. No one could access them remotely now. But that created a new problem. How do you broadcast something to the entire world when your servers are offline? The answer was obvious. Space. Launch a rocket. Get above the Earth. Broadcast directly to satellites around the world. No single government could block it. No hacker could stop it. It was risky, dangerous, expensive, but worth it. Now sitting in his quarters at Starbase the night before the launch, Elon thought about everything that had led to this moment. He thought about his children. He had 10 kids now. Would this discovery make the world better for them? Safer or more chaotic? He thought about his companies. Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, Sai. Would any of them matter after tomorrow? Would people care about electric cars and Mars colonies when they'd just seen proof of resurrection? He thought about his own mortality. He was 53 years old. He worked too hard, slept too little, stressed too much. Someday, hopefully not soon, but someday he'd die. And tomorrow, the world would see proof that death wasn't the end. That should have made him happy. relief. Instead, it terrified him. Because if resurrection was real, if consciousness continued after death, then everything mattered more. Every decision, every action, every kindness or cruelty. You couldn't just live for yourself and then disappear into nothing. You were part of something eternal. That was a heavy responsibility. His phone buzzed. A text from his mother, May, in New York. Elon, I've been watching the news. I know what you're planning tomorrow. Please be careful. And know that whatever happens, I'm proud of you. You're trying to give the world hope. That's a beautiful thing. Elon smiled. His mother had always believed in him, even when his ideas seemed crazy. He texted back, thanks mom, love you. Another text, this one from his brother Kimball. You're either going to change the world or upon the most famous fool in history. Probably both. Good luck, little brother. Elon laughed. That sounded about right. He walked to the window and looked out at Starship. Tomorrow, that rocket would carry him and 4 others into space. Would carry the truth. Would carry hope. Or maybe would carry the biggest mistake of his life. He thought about Marcus, the 12-year-old boy sleeping a few buildings away. So much weight on such young shoulders. Was it fair to put him in this position? But then he remembered the prophecy. The letter from Mary Magdalene. The child will know what to do. Elon had to trust that. Had to believe that somehow this was all meant to happen exactly this way. He pulled out his laptop and recorded a video. Just in case something went wrong tomorrow. Just in case the rocket failed or the broadcast didn't work or he didn't make it back. My name is Elon Musk, he said to the camera. If you're watching this, something probably went wrong. But I need you to know why I did this. Why I risked everything. For most of my life, I've believed that what we do here on Earth is all that matters. Build companies, advance technology, get humanity to Mars. Make the future better than the past. But what I found 6 months ago changed everything. It showed me that we're part of something bigger, something eternal. That love and consciousness don't just disappear when our bodies fail. They continue. They transform. They connect us across all of time. If that's true, and I believe it is, then everything matters more. How we treat each other. How we love each other. Whether we choose hope or fear. I'm showing the world this discovery because people need hope. They need to know that their loved ones who died aren't just gone. That the love they felt and gave wasn't wasted. That we're all connected in ways we can barely understand. Will everyone believe it? No. Will it solve all the world's problems? Definitely not. But maybe it will help a few more people choose love over hate, hope over despair, connection over loneliness. And if that's all this accomplishes, it will have been worth it. He saved the video to a secure drive and set it to automatically release if something happened to him. Then he lay down on his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about tomorrow. Thinking about a 12-year-old boy with hope in his eyes. Thinking about ancient cloths that held impossible secrets. Thinking about a world that was about to change forever. And thinking about his own mother's words from years ago when he was young and starting Tesla. Elon, sometimes the most important thing you can do is give people hope. Everything else follows from that. She'd been right then, and she was right now. Tomorrow, he'd give the world hope, or he'd fail trying. Either way, he'd know he tried to do something that mattered. Something bigger than rockets and cars and computer chips. He tried to show humanity that love was real. That death wasn't the end. That we were all connected. And that, Elon thought as he finally drifted off to sleep, was worth everything. Marcus woke up at 5 a.m. to the sound of knocking on his door. Michelle? Rosa called softly. Time to get up. Today is the day. His stomach did a flip. Today. The launch. The broadcast. Everything. He got dressed in the clothes they'd given him last night. A comfortable SpaceX flight suit in dark blue with his name embroidered on the chest. It fit perfectly, which was kind of weird. When had they measured him? In the mirror, Marcus barely recognized himself. He looked older somehow, more serious, like someone who was about to do something important. Rosa met him in the hallway. She wore regular clothes. She wasn't going on the rocket, and her eyes were red from crying or not sleeping or both. Are you scared? She asked, hugging him tight. Terrified, Marcus admitted. But also, Excited? Is that weird? No, Mayo. That's called being brave. Brave doesn't mean not scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. They went to breakfast together in the main dining hall. The room was full of SpaceX engineers eating quickly, checking tablets, talking in urgent voices. Everyone was preparing for the launch. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo waved them over to her table. She looked tired but alert, her dark eyes bright with determination. Father Dimitri sat next to her, eating oatmeal slowly, his long beard almost touching his bowl. "Good morning, Marcus," Sarah said warmly. "Did you sleep?" "A little," Marcus said. "Did you?" "Not really," Sarah admitted with a smile. "Too much on my mind. But that's okay. We can sleep after we change the world." Commander Li Wei joined them, moving with the precise grace of someone trained for space. He nodded respectfully. "Marcus, are you ready, young man?" "I think so," Marcus said. "Are you?" Li smiled. It was the first time Marcus had seen him smile. "My daughter texted me this morning. She said she's feeling a little better. The doctors don't understand why, but her cancer markers are improving. She said she's been praying to the face in the image every night. So yes, I'm ready. I'm ready to help other families feel the hope my family feels." Elon arrived last, looking like he'd been awake all night. His hair was messy, and he carried 3 cups of coffee. "Morning, team," he said, sitting down heavily. "Final weather check looks good. Launch window opens at 6 p.m. That gives us 12 hours to prepare." He looked at Marcus. "How are you feeling?" "Nervous," Marcus said honestly. "Good," Elon said. "If you weren't nervous, I'd be worried. This is nerve-making stuff. But Marcus, I want you to know, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. We can find another way. You're 12 years old. This shouldn't be your responsibility." Marcus thought about this. About how easy it would be to say no, to go home to San Francisco, to go back to his normal life. But then he thought about his parents, about the empty hole inside him that had hurt for 2 years, about the tiny spark of hope that had been growing since he saw the first image. "I want to do it," Marcus said firmly. "People need to see what we found. And if I can help them understand it, then I should." Elon nodded slowly. "Okay, but just so you know, we're going to protect you. After today, your life is going to change. Everyone will know who you are. The media will want interviews, people will have opinions about you. We've arranged for security and counseling and whatever support you need." "I hadn't thought about that," Marcus said quietly. "We'll handle it together," Rosa said, putting her hand on his shoulder. "You're not doing this alone." The morning was filled with preparations. Marcus had to do a medical check to make sure he was healthy enough for spaceflight. The doctor, a kind woman named Dr. Patricia Moore, checked his heart, his blood pressure, his reflexes. "You're in great shape," she said, smiling. "Your heart rate is a little high, but that's just nerves. Totally normal." Then came training. A SpaceX instructor named Jake showed Marcus and the others how to put on their safety harnesses, how to sit in the launch seats, what to do if something went wrong. "The rocket is very safe," Jake explained, "but we prepare for every possibility. If we have to abort the launch, stay calm. Follow instructions. The escape system will get you out safely." Marcus tried to pay attention, but his mind kept wandering. In just a few hours, he'd be on top of thousands of tons of rocket fuel, blasting into space. It seemed impossible. "Marcus?" Jake's voice brought him back. "Did you hear that last part?" "Sorry," Marcus said. "I was thinking." Jake smiled kindly. "It's okay to be distracted. This is a lot. But I need you focused for just a few more minutes, okay? Your safety depends on knowing this stuff." Marcus nodded and forced himself to concentrate. At noon, they took a break for lunch. Marcus wasn't hungry, but Rosa made him eat a sandwich anyway. "You need energy," she said. "Can't change the world on an empty stomach." While they ate, Marcus's phone buzzed. A text from Aisha. "Dude, my dad just told me you're going into space today with Elon Musk. Are you serious right now?" Marcus smiled. News was getting out. He texted back, "Yeah, it's real. I'm scared but also kind of excited. Wish you were here." Aisha responded immediately. "I'm watching everything online. The whole world is talking about it. Marcus, you're gonna be famous." Are you ready for that? Marcus thought about it. Was he ready? Probably not. But did it matter? Ready or not, it's happening, he typed. I'll call you when I get back. If I survive. Jay, kind of. Not funny, Aisha wrote back. Be safe. And Marcus, I'm proud of you. You're the bravest person I know. That made Marcus feel warm inside. Whatever happened today, at least his best friend believed in him. At 3 p.m. they had a final briefing in the main conference room. Elon stood at the front with a large screen behind him showing diagrams of the rocket and the flight plan. Okay team, here's how this is gonna work. Launch is at 6 p.m. We'll reach orbit in about 8 minutes. Once we're stable, we'll have about 90 minutes in space before we need to return. He clicked to the next slide showing a timeline. At T+10 minutes, we'll start the broadcast. I'll introduce everyone. Then Dr. Okonkwo will explain the scientific evidence. Father Dimitri will provide the theological context. Commander Lee will share his personal perspective. And Marcus, Elon looked at him directly. Marcus, you'll talk about what this means to you. About losing your parents. About losing faith and finding it again. Just speak from your heart. 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. Marcus's mouth felt dry. What if I mess up? What if I say something wrong? There's no wrong thing to say, Sarah assured him. Just be honest. Tell your truth. That's all anyone can ask. Elon continued. After everyone speaks, I'll reveal the second image. We'll display it on screens worldwide for exactly 5 minutes. Long enough for people to see it clearly, to feel it. Then we'll take questions from selected journalists on the ground before beginning our descent. He paused, looking at each person in the room. I want to be clear about something. Once we broadcast this, there's no taking it back. The world will see what we found. Some will believe. Some won't. Some will be angry that we shared it. But I believe we all believe that humanity deserves to know the truth, that people deserve hope. What about the attacks? Someone asked. The people trying to stop this? Our security team has detected increased activity in the last 24 hours. Elon admitted. Multiple governments have demanded we cancel the broadcast. Some religious organizations have threatened lawsuits. There have been attempts to hack our systems, though they've all failed. He smiled grimly. That's exactly why we're doing this from space. Once we're up there, once the broadcast starts, no one can stop us. The information will reach everyone simultaneously. Every country, every time zone, every person with a screen will be able to see it. Father Dimitri raised his hand. What happens after? After the broadcast? What do we tell people to do with this information? That's not our decision, Elon said. We're showing them what we found, what they do with it, how they interpret it, how they let it affect their lives. That's up to them. We're not starting a new religion. We're not telling people what to believe. We're just revealing the truth and letting them decide. At 4 p.m., they suited up completely. The flight suits had multiple layers, inner comfort layers, middle insulation layers, outer protective layers. They weren't full spacesuits like astronauts wore to walk in space, but they were designed to keep them safe during launch and in the cabin. Marcus looked at himself in the mirror. He looked like someone from a science fiction movie. It didn't feel real. Rosa hugged him one more time before he had to go to the rocket. She held him so tight he could barely breathe. Come back safe, she whispered. You hear me, Mijo? Come back safe. I will, Grandma. I promise. She pulled back, holding his face in her hands. Your mother would be so proud. Your father too. You're doing something brave and good and important. Remember that, no matter what anyone says later. Marcus felt tears building but blinked them away. If he started crying now, he might not stop. At 5 p.m., they walked out to the launch pad. The sun was starting to sink toward the horizon, painting the Texas sky in shades of orange and pink. The starship stood tall against that colorful sky, silver and massive and somehow both beautiful and terrifying. Marcus had seen it from a distance, but up close it was overwhelming. The rocket was as tall as a building. The engines at the bottom looked like they could swallow a car. A crowd had gathered outside the SpaceX facility, reporters, employees, supporters, protesters. Marcus could hear them chanting, though he couldn't make out the words. Ignore them, Sarah said quietly, walking beside him. Focus on why we're doing this. They took an elevator up the side of the launch tower. Marcus's stomach flipped with each floor they climbed. When they finally reached the top, they were level with the starship's crew cabin. The door was open, showing seats inside. High-tech screens, windows that would show them the Earth from space. "This is really happening," Marcus whispered. "This is really happening," Elon confirmed. "Last chance to change your mind." Marcus looked at the four adults: Elon, Sarah, Father Dimitri, Commander Lee. They were all watching him, waiting. He thought about the USB drive Father Dimitri had given him, about the message from Mary Magdalene written 2,000 years ago, about ancient words talking about a child who would help the world understand. He thought about his parents, about whether they were watching somehow, about whether this would help other kids who'd lost people they loved. "I'm ready," Marcus said. They climbed into the crew cabin one by one. Marcus's seat was between Sarah and Father Dimitri. The seats were surprisingly comfortable, tilted back so they'd be lying almost flat during launch. A technician came through, checking everyone's harnesses. "All secure," she said. "Good luck, everyone. The whole world is watching." Then she left, and the door sealed shut with a heavy metallic sound. Marcus's heart was pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. 5 minutes to launch, a voice said over the intercom. It was calm and professional, like this was just another normal day. Elon reached across and patted Marcus's arm. "You're doing great, kid. Just breathe. In and out. Nice and steady." Marcus tried to breathe, but the air felt thin. 4 minutes to launch. Through the window, Marcus could see the ground far below. He could see the crowd, the other SpaceX buildings, the flat Texas landscape stretching to the horizon. Sarah took his hand. "I'm scared too," she said quietly. "But we're in this together." On his other side, Father Dimitri began praying softly in Russian. Marcus didn't understand the words, but the rhythm was comforting. 3 minutes to launch. Commander Lee was completely calm, checking displays with practiced ease. This was his third time in space. For him, this was routine. For Marcus, this was the most terrifying moment of his life. 2 minutes to launch. The rocket began to rumble. Marcus could feel vibrations through his seat. Systems were activating. Fuel was flowing. The starship was coming alive. 1 minute to launch. Marcus closed his eyes and thought about his mom and dad, about Sunday mornings at church, about bedtime prayers, about feeling safe and loved and certain that everything would be okay. 30 seconds. He opened his eyes and looked out the window at the sky, at the orange and pink clouds, at the last light of day. 20 seconds. This was it. No turning back now. 10, 9. The crowd outside was counting down too. Marcus could see them on a video screen, faces turned up toward the rocket. 7, 6, 5. Father Dimitri squeezed his shoulder. 4, 3, 2. Sarah held his hand tighter. 1. Marcus took a deep breath. Ignition. Liftoff. The world exploded into noise and motion. The engines roared to life with a sound like the end of the world. The rocket shook violently. Marcus felt himself pressed back into his seat by incredible force. They were moving, rising, climbing. Through the window, the ground fell away. The SpaceX facility became small. The crowd became tiny dots. Texas became a map. The G-forces squeezed Marcus's chest. He couldn't move, could barely breathe. This was way more intense than any roller coaster. "All systems normal," Elon's voice came through, strained but steady. "Looking good." The rocket climbed faster. The sky outside the window changed from orange to dark blue to black. Stars appeared, more stars than Marcus had ever seen in his life. And then suddenly, the engines cut off. The crushing pressure disappeared. Marcus felt weightless. His arms floated up if he didn't hold them down. His stomach did a flip. They were in space. Through the window, he could see the Earth below. A beautiful blue and white sphere floating in the darkness. Clouds swirled across oceans. Continents spread across the surface. It was the most beautiful thing Marcus had ever seen. "We made it," Sarah breathed, her voice full of wonder. "Welcome to space, Marcus," Elon said with a tired smile. "Pretty amazing view, right?" Marcus couldn't speak. He could only stare at the Earth at his home, his world, looking so small and fragile and precious from up here. And he thought, Mom, Dad, can you see this? Can you see where I am? I'm in space. I'm actually in space. And we're about to show the world something that might prove you're still out there somewhere, watching over me. The communication system crackled to life. Starship, this is mission control. You are go for broadcast. The whole world is waiting. 7 billion people are watching their screens right now. Whenever you're ready, Elon looked at each person in the cabin. This is it, team. Last chance to back out.
No one backed out.
Okay, Elon said, reaching for the broadcast controls. Let's change the world. The broadcast signal activated. On Earth, in every country, across every time zone, screens flickered to life. Television sets in living rooms. Phones in pockets. Computers in offices. Tablets in schools. Giant displays in Times Square and Piccadilly Circus. And Shibuya Crossing. 7 billion people stopped what they were doing and watched. In the Starship crew cabin, Elon looked directly into the camera mounted on the wall. Hello, Earth, he said, his voice calm despite the magnitude of the moment. My name is Elon Musk. What I'm about to show you will challenge everything you think you know about life, death, and the nature of reality itself. He gestured to the others floating in their seats. I'm not alone. With me are some of the world's leading experts, and one very special young person who represents all of us searching for hope. The camera panned to show Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, Father Dmitry Volkov, Commander Li Wei, and Marcus Chen. Marcus's heart pounded as he saw his own face on the monitor. His image was being broadcast to the entire world right now. Billions of people were looking at him. 6 months ago, Elon continued, we made a discovery in Jerusalem. We found burial cloths dating to the year 33 CE, the exact time when Jesus Christ lived and died. Using advanced imaging technology, we were able to see something that's been hidden for 2,000 years. He nodded to Sarah. Dr. Okonkwo, would you explain the science? Sarah floated forward slightly, her professional demeanor steady despite the weightlessness. I'm Dr. Sarah Okonkwo, archaeologist at Oxford University. I've spent 20 years studying 1st century Jerusalem and examining claimed religious artifacts. I'm known for being skeptical, for debunking false claims. She paused, letting that sink in. But these artifacts are authentic. We've conducted carbon-14 dating at 5 independent laboratories across 3 continents. We've analyzed the textile composition, the soil samples, the clay jars, and the Aramaic inscriptions. Every test confirms these materials are genuine 1st century artifacts from Jerusalem. The camera showed images of the cloths, the test results, the excavation site. The imaging technology that revealed what you're about to see is based on quantum physics and neural mapping. It detects energy patterns left in materials by intense consciousness and emotion. What we found exceeded anything we thought possible. Father Dmitry spoke next, his Russian accent thick with emotion. I am Father Dmitry Volkov. Before I became a priest, I was an engineer at NASA. I understand science. I also understand faith. What we discovered bridges both worlds. He held up a small replica of the first cloth. The first image showed the face of Jesus Christ, not an artist's imagination, but an actual imprint captured in the fabric. Many of you have already seen this image. It has touched millions of hearts. His voice grew softer. But there is a second image, one that shows something even more profound, something that proves love is stronger than death. Commander Li spoke briefly, his words measured and careful. I am here because my daughter is sick. When I saw the first image, I felt hope for the first time in months. Today, she is improving. The doctors cannot explain why. I believe this discovery offers hope to families like mine everywhere. Then it was Marcus's turn. The camera focused on him. A 12-year-old boy in a flight suit, floating in zero gravity, with the curve of Earth visible through the window behind him. Marcus's mouth was dry. His hands shook. But he thought about his parents, about Rosa, about Aisha, about every kid who'd ever lost someone they loved. He began to speak. My name is Marcus Chen. I'm 12 years old. 2 years ago, my parents died in a car accident. After that happened, I stopped believing in God. I stopped believing in anything. I felt completely alone. His voice cracked, but he kept going. When I saw the first image, I felt something I hadn't felt in 2 years. I felt hope. Like maybe my parents aren't really gone. Like maybe love doesn't end when someone dies. Like maybe we're all connected in ways we can't see but can feel. Tears floated away from his eyes in little spheres. Crying in zero gravity was weird. I don't have all the answers. I'm just a kid. But I know what it feels like to hurt. And I know what it feels like when something gives you hope again. If this discovery can help other people feel less alone, then it's worth sharing. The camera held on Marcus's face for a long moment. Then it pulled back to show Elon again. And now, Elon said, we're going to show you the second image. The one that's been hidden for 2,000 years. The one that changes everything. He reached for the control panel. That's when the alarms started. Red lights flashed in the cabin. A harsh warning sound filled the space. What's happening? Sarah asked, her voice tight with fear. Elon checked the displays, his face going pale. Someone's jamming our broadcast signal. We're being blocked. Who? Commander Lee demanded. I don't know. Multiple sources. Government-level interference. Elon's fingers flew across the controls. They're hitting every satellite relay we're using. Sophisticated attack. Really sophisticated. On Earth, millions of screens went dark. The broadcast cut out. Social media exploded with confusion and anger. In the Starship cabin, Marcus felt his hope draining away. They'd come so far, done so much. And someone was stopping them. Can you fix it? Father Dimitri asked. Working on it, Elon muttered, typing frantically. But whoever's doing this, they planned it well. They waited until we were about to show the second image. On the ground at Starbase, chaos erupted. Armed vehicles surrounded the SpaceX facility. Soldiers in tactical gear took positions. Helicopters circled overhead. A woman in a dark suit stepped out of the lead vehicle. Director Patricia Hawthorne, deputy director of a government intelligence agency. So secret most people didn't know it existed. She walked up to the main gate where Rosa Chen stood with other family members and SpaceX employees, watching the broadcast on outdoor screens. I need to speak to whoever's in charge down here, Director Hawthorne announced. Miguel, the friendly driver who'd brought Marcus from the airport, stepped forward. He was actually head of SpaceX ground security. I'm in charge. What's going on? We're shutting this down, Director Hawthorne said. Under National Security Protocol 7, we're ordering an immediate halt to this broadcast and the return of that spacecraft. On what grounds? Miguel demanded. That's classified. Director Hawthorne's face was stone. But I can tell you this, what Mr. Musk is planning to reveal poses a threat to global stability, religious conflicts, social unrest, economic disruption. We can't allow it. Rosa pushed forward, her small frame shaking with anger. My grandson is up there. You can't just… Ma'am, I understand your concern, Director Hawthorne said, not unkindly. Your grandson will be safe. We'll bring them down. But that broadcast cannot continue. More vehicles arrived. News helicopters. Protesters who'd somehow gotten through security checkpoints. Supporters carrying signs that said, "Show us the truth," and "Don't hide hope." A SpaceX engineer ran up to Miguel. Sir, they've activated military signal jammers. The Starship crew can't complete the broadcast. We need to decide what to do. Miguel looked at the growing crowd, at the soldiers, at Rosa's tearful face, at the protesters and supporters and news cameras. He pulled out his phone and called the Starship directly. In orbit, Elon's phone buzzed. He answered on speaker so everyone could hear. Miguel, what's happening down there? Boss, we've got a situation. Government forces have surrounded the facility. They're demanding we abort the mission and bring you home. They've activated jammers. That's why your signal cut out. Who authorized this? Elon asked. Someone high up, Director Hawthorne from NSC, she's citing national security. Elon's jaw tightened. He looked at the others in the cabin. They're trying to stop us. Can they do that? Marcus asked, his voice small. They're doing it, Sarah said grimly. The question is, what do we do about it? Father Dimitri floated to the window, looking down at Earth. We came here to show the world the truth, to give people hope. Are we really going to let fear stop us? We might not have a choice, Commander Lee said practically. If they're jamming our signal, we can't broadcast. Elon was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then his face changed. He'd had an idea. The jammers are blocking our connection to commercial satellites, he said slowly. But what if we bypass them entirely? SpaceX has our own Starlink satellites, thousands of them. They're not part of the commercial network. Can we access them from here? Sarah asked. It's risky. I'd have to manually reconfigure our systems mid-flight. If I mess up, we could lose life support. Elon looked at each person. It's your decision too. Do we take the risk? Marcus thought about his parents. About the message from Mary Magdalene. About coming all this way and getting so close. We have to try, he said firmly. People need to see this. They deserve to know. I agree, Sarah said. As do I, Father Dimitri added. Commander Lee nodded. My daughter needs hope. Millions of families need hope. Let's finish what we started. Elon allowed himself a small smile.
Okay then.
Hold on. This might get bumpy. He began working on the systems, rerouting power, accessing backup protocols. On the ground, Miguel spoke into his phone. Director Hawthorne, they're not coming down. They're going to try to complete the broadcast. Director Hawthorne's face hardened. Then we have no choice. Activate the override codes. Take control of that spacecraft remotely and bring it down. Ma'am, if we do that while they're reconfiguring systems, we could cause a catastrophic failure. People could die. That's a risk I'm willing to take to prevent global chaos, Director Hawthorne said coldly. But before she could give the order, something unexpected happened. The crowd of protesters and supporters had grown to thousands. They surrounded the military vehicles. Not violently, not dangerously, just surrounded them. Standing firm, refusing to move. A news reporter pushed forward with a camera crew. Director Hawthorne, can you explain why you're trying to stop this broadcast? What are you afraid of? More cameras appeared. More reporters. The scene was being live-streamed around the world. Director Hawthorne realized she'd made a mistake. If she forced the Starship down now, on camera, with the whole world watching, it would look like a cover-up. Like the government was hiding something. She lowered her radio slowly. Stand down, she said to her team. For now. In orbit, Elon finished the reconfiguration. Got it, he said triumphantly. We're connected to Starlink. They can't jam this signal. There are too many satellites and they're all under our control. He activated the broadcast again. Around the world, screens flickered back to life. We're back, Elon announced to the cameras. Sorry for the interruption. There are people who don't want you to see what we're about to show. People who think humanity can't handle the truth. But we disagree. He looked directly into the camera with fierce intensity. You deserve to know what we found. You deserve to make your own decisions about what it means. No government, no organization, no authority should decide this for you. He pulled up the second image on the main display. This is what happened in a tomb in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. This is the moment when death was defeated by love. The image filled screens around the world. An explosion of light. Pure, brilliant, impossible light, captured somehow in ancient fabric. And within the light faces, hundreds, thousands, maybe millions. Faces from every time period, every culture, every age. And connecting all those faces, threads of golden energy, a web of light, showing how every human consciousness was linked together, how love connected them all across time and space. In hospitals, dying patients gasped and smiled. In churches, mosques, temples, and synagogues, people fell to their knees. In homes across the world, families held each other and cried. In that image, people saw their loved ones, their lost children, their deceased parents, their departed friends. They saw faces in the light and recognized them through love. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was their imagination. Maybe it didn't matter. What mattered was the hope, the connection, the understanding that love didn't end. That consciousness continued, that they were all part of something infinite. On the ground at Starbase, Rosa stared at the screen with tears streaming down her face. Jennifer, she whispered. I see you, Mija. I see you. And there, in the swirling patterns of light, was a face that looked like Marcus's mother, smiling, at peace, still connected through love. Director Hawthorne stood frozen, staring at the image on a tablet. Her hand went to her throat, her eyes filled with tears. In the light, she saw her brother, the brother who died in Afghanistan 15 years ago. The brother she still missed every single day. She lowered the tablet and walked away from the military vehicles without another word. In the starship cabin, Marcus stared at the image floating on the display, and he saw them, his parents, together, smiling at him from within the light. His dad's kind eyes, his mom's gentle smile, both of them looking at him with love that transcended death and distance and time itself. "Mom," Marcus whispered. "Dad, I see you. I finally see you." Father Dmitri put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. "They never left, my young friend. Love never leaves. It only transforms." Elon spoke into the camera one last time. "This is what we found. Physical evidence that consciousness doesn't end at death. That love connects us all. That resurrection in some form we don't fully understand is real." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "We're not telling you what to believe. We're not starting a religion. We're simply showing you what we discovered and letting you decide what it means. Some of you will believe it's proof of God. Some will say it's a natural phenomenon and science doesn't understand yet. Some will think it's a trick or a fake." He smiled gently. "That's okay. Search for your own truth. Ask your own questions. But whatever you conclude, I hope this gives you hope. I hope it helps you believe that the people you've lost aren't really gone. That love continues. That we're all connected in ways more profound than we can imagine." The broadcast continued for exactly 5 minutes. As planned. 5 minutes for the world to see the image, to feel it, to understand it in their own way. Then Elon spoke to Mission Control. "Okay, we're done. Beginning descent sequence. Copy that, Starship. Welcome home. And thank you, from all of us. Thank you." The journey back to Earth was quieter than the journey up. They were all processing what had just happened, what they'd shared with the world, how everything had changed in those few minutes. Marcus looked out the window as they descended, watching Earth grow larger. The blue and white sphere that held everyone he'd ever known, everyone he'd ever loved. All of humanity, connected through love, whether they knew it or not. The starship landed smoothly in the Texas desert as the sun finally set. The engines shut down. The cabin door opened, and waiting outside at the bottom of the stairs was Rosa. Marcus unbuckled his harness and ran awkwardly, because his legs were shaky from the flight down those stairs and into his grandmother's arms. She held him so tight he could barely breathe, crying and laughing at the same time. "You did it, Mijo," she sobbed. "You showed the world. You gave them hope." Marcus buried his face in her shoulder. "I saw them, Grandma. In the light. I saw Mom and Dad." "I know," Rosa whispered. "I saw them too." Around them, the world was changing. Already the image was spreading, being shared, being discussed, being debated. But for Marcus, in that moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was his grandmother's hug, the solid ground under his feet, the knowledge that love continued, and the feeling finally, that maybe everything was going to be okay. The next morning, Marcus woke up in his room at Starbase to the sound of his phone buzzing non-stop, text after text, notification after notification. His phone was exploding with messages. He picked it up and saw hundreds of notifications, thousands. His social media accounts had blown up overnight. He had messages from people all over the world. A woman in Brazil. "Thank you for helping me believe my son is still with me." A man in Japan. "Your courage gave me strength to face my own grief." A teenager in Australia. "I lost my best friend last year. Seeing you talk about your parents helped me realize I'm not alone." Marcus scrolled through the messages, overwhelmed. So many people, so much pain, so much hope. There was a knock on his door. Rosa came in carrying breakfast on a tray. Eggs, toast, and orange juice. "Thought you might want to eat in here this morning," she said. "It's crazy outside. News reporters everywhere, they all want to talk to you." Marcus's stomach clenched. "I don't know if I can do that, Grandma. I don't know what to say to them." Rosa sat on the edge of his bed. You don't have to say anything you don't want to. But Mijo, people are listening to you. Young people especially. They're hearing your story and finding hope in it. She showed him her own phone. A video of Marcus's speech from the Starship had been shared 20 million times. News articles called him the boy who brought hope and the child of the prophecy. This is too much, Marcus whispered. I'm just a kid. I'm not special. You're exactly as special as you need to be, Rosa said firmly. Now eat your breakfast. Then we'll figure out what comes next. At 10 a.m., there was a meeting in the main conference room. Elon was there, looking exhausted, but satisfied. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo had her laptop open, showing data and charts. Father Dimitri sat quietly, his hands folded in prayer. Commander Li Wei was on a video call with his family in China. His daughter looked healthier, sitting up in her hospital bed and smiling. And there were new people too. A woman named Jennifer Walsh, who Elon introduced as a crisis communications specialist. A man named David Torres, head of security. A lawyer named Rebecca Kim. Marcus, Elon said gently, I want you to understand what's happening. The world is reacting to what we showed them, and a lot of that reaction is focused on you. He pulled up news headlines on the big screen. 12-year-old Marcus Chen. The face of faith for a new generation. Who is the boy in the prophecy? Child's testimony. Moves billions. The most searched name on the internet. Right now, Jennifer Walsh explained. Is yours, Marcus? Everyone wants to know about you. Your story. What you think. What you believe. Marcus felt dizzy. What do they want me to do? That's your choice, Elon said. You can step back, we can protect your privacy. You never have to speak publicly again if you don't want to. Or, Jennifer continued, you can use this moment. You have a voice now. People are listening. You could help shape how the world understands what we found. Marcus looked at Rosa. She gave him a small nod. Whatever he decided, she'd support him. He thought about all those messages on his phone. All those people who'd lost someone, who were hurting, who needed hope. What would I have to do? He asked quietly. Jennifer pulled up a schedule. We've had requests for interviews from every major news network. Talk shows, magazines, religious organizations want you to speak at their events. Schools want you to visit. Everyone wants a piece of your story. That sounds terrible, Marcus said honestly. Jennifer laughed. It does, doesn't it? But Marcus, you don't have to do everything. We can be selective. Choose the opportunities that feel right to you, that help you share your message in ways that feel authentic. David Torres, the security chief, spoke up. Whatever you decide will keep you safe. You've already received some threats. Threats? Rosa's voice went high with alarm. Nothing serious, David said quickly. Just angry people on the internet. Some religious extremists who think the discovery is blasphemy. Some atheists who think you're part of a conspiracy. We're monitoring everything. You're not in real danger. That didn't make Marcus feel better. Dr. Sarah spoke up. Marcus, I want you to know something. The scientific community is taking this seriously. More laboratories are requesting samples for independent testing. Universities want to study the imaging technology. This discovery is being treated as legitimate science, not just religious belief. But there are also doubters, Elon added honestly. Lots of them. People saying we faked everything. That the images are computer-generated. That it's all a hoax. You need to be prepared for that criticism. Marcus thought about this. About doubt. About faith. About the balance between the two. Can I think about it, he asked. About whether to do interviews and stuff? Of course, Elon said. Take all the time you need. But Marcus, there's something happening today that you should know about. He pulled up a live stream on the screen. It showed crowds gathering in cities around the world. In Rome, in Jerusalem, in Mecca, in New York, in Tokyo, in São Paulo. Millions of people, maybe tens of millions, coming together in public spaces. They're holding vigils, Elon explained, gatherings to process what they saw. Some are religious services. Some are just people coming together to talk, to pray, to think. It started spontaneously last night and it's spreading. Marcus watched the screen. Odd. All those people. All those faces. And they were there because of what he'd helped share. There's a gathering planned here in Texas too, Jennifer said. At Starbase. People want to come see where the broadcast happened. See where you are. The question is, do you want to address them? Marcus's first instinct was to say no. To hide. To go back to San Francisco in his normal life. But then he thought about his parents. About what they would want him to do. His mom had always said, when you have a chance to help people, you take it. Even if it's scary. Okay, Marcus said, his voice shaky. I'll talk to them. The people gathering here. But I don't know what to say. Say what's in your heart, Father Dimitri advised. That's all anyone can ask. By noon, thousands of people had gathered outside Starbase. They came from all over Texas, from Oklahoma and Louisiana and New Mexico. They drove through the night. They took buses. They hitchhiked. They carried signs and candles. Some wore religious clothing, crosses, hijabs, yarmulkes, prayer shawls. Others wore regular clothes, young and old, rich and poor, every race and religion. They weren't angry or demanding. They were just waiting, hoping, wanting to be near the place where something miraculous had been revealed. SpaceX set up a stage outside the main building. Someone brought a sound system. News cameras positioned themselves for coverage. Marcus stood backstage with Rosa, his hands shaking. I can't do this, he said. There are too many people. What if I say something stupid? What if I mess up? Rosa took his face in her hands. Misho, listen to me. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be yourself. Tell them your truth. That's enough. Jennifer Walsh came over with a wireless microphone. Whenever you're ready, Marcus. No pressure. Just walk out, say what you want to say, and walk back. Simple as that. Elon appeared, putting his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Hey kid, I know this is scary, but you've already done the hardest part. You went into space. You told the world about your parents. This is just more of that. More truth. More hope. Marcus took a deep breath. Then another. He thought about his mom. About her smile. About the way she'd encouraged him to be brave. He thought about his dad. About his laugh. About the way he'd always said, you can do hard things, Marcus. I believe in you. And he thought about that image. The light. The faces. The proof that love continued. Okay, Marcus said, I'm ready. He walked onto the stage. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Thousands of voices shouting, clapping, crying. The sound washed over Marcus like a wave. He stood at the microphone, looking out at all those faces. All those people who had come here looking for hope. For a moment he couldn't speak. His throat was tight. His eyes stung with tears. Then he found his voice. Hi, he said, and his voice echoed across the crowd. My name is Marcus Chen. I'm 12 years old, and I'm really nervous right now. People laughed gently, warmly. Yesterday I went into space, Marcus continued, which was the scariest and most amazing thing I've ever done. But standing here right now, this is almost scarier. More laughter, more warmth. I want to tell you something. I didn't ask to be part of this. I didn't ask for some ancient prophecy to talk about me. I didn't ask to become the boy who brought hope or whatever the news is calling me. He paused, looking out at the crowd. I'm just a kid who lost his parents. A kid who stopped believing in God because I was angry and sad. A kid who felt completely alone. The crowd was silent now, listening. But then I saw that image, the face, and I felt something I hadn't felt in 2 years. I felt hope, just a tiny spark of it. Like maybe, possibly, my parents weren't really gone forever. Marcus's voice cracked, but he kept going. And yesterday, when we showed you the second image, the light, the faces, all of it, I saw my parents in there. I don't know if it was real or if I just wanted it to be real so badly that I imagined it. But I saw them, and I felt them. And for the first time since they died, I didn't feel alone. Tears were running down his face now. He didn't try to hide them. I don't have all the answers. I don't know if that image proves there's a God or an afterlife or whatever. I don't know if resurrection is real or if it's something science just hasn't explained yet. I don't know anything for sure. He looked directly at the crowd, his voice growing stronger. But I know this: love is real. Connection is real. And when we love someone, that love doesn't just disappear when they die. It stays. It continues. It transforms into something we might not be able to see but can definitely feel. The crowd was completely silent. Thousands of people hanging on every word. So if you came here today looking for answers, I'm sorry. I don't have them. But if you came here looking for hope, hope that the people you've lost are still connected to you, still loving you, still part of your life in ways you can't see, then yeah, I have that and I want to share it with you. Marcus wiped his eyes. My mom used to tell me that love is the strongest force in the universe. Stronger than hate, stronger than fear, even stronger than death. I stopped believing that when she died. But now I think maybe she was right. He paused, gathering his courage for what he wanted to say next. I think all of us, everyone here, everyone watching around the world, we're all connected through love, through loss, through hope. We're all part of something bigger than ourselves. And that's beautiful. That's worth believing in. Marcus looked back at Rosa standing in the wings. She was crying, smiling, nodding encouragement. I'm going to keep asking questions, Marcus said to the crowd. I'm going to keep searching for truth. I'm not going to pretend I have everything figured out. But I'm also going to keep believing that love matters. That connection matters. That hope matters. He smiled through his tears. And if that makes me naive or childish or whatever, then okay. I'd rather be naive and hopeful than certain and alone. The crowd erupted. Not just applause, but something deeper. A sound of collective emotion, joy and grief and hope all mixed together. People were hugging each other, crying, holding up pictures of loved ones they'd lost, reaching toward the stage like they wanted to touch something holy. Marcus stood there for a moment, overwhelmed by the response. Then he did something unexpected. He sat down right there on the stage, cross-legged, and gestured for people to come closer. "Can we just talk?" he said into the microphone. "Like normal people? I don't want to be up here giving speeches. I just want to connect with you. Hear your stories. Share hope together." Security looked nervous, but Elon gave them a nod. Let it happen. People came forward. A woman who'd lost her daughter, a man who'd lost his husband, a teenager who'd lost her best friend, an elderly couple who'd been married for 60 years and were afraid of death separating them. One by one, they came to Marcus. And one by one, he listened to their stories. He didn't offer easy answers. He didn't preach. He just listened. And when they cried, he cried with them. And when they found hope, he celebrated with them. A woman from Kenya said, "My son was dying. We saw your broadcast. Now he's getting better. The doctors say it's a miracle." A man from China said, "My government told us the image was fake, but I saw it anyway. And I saw my mother in the light. She died 20 years ago, but I saw her face. I know she's still with me." A girl about Marcus's age said, "I was going to kill myself. I felt so alone. But when I heard you talk about your parents, about losing faith and finding it again, I decided to keep trying. Thank you for saving my life." Marcus hugged her, both of them crying. The gathering lasted for hours. The sun moved across the sky. More people came, stories were shared. Hope spread like light. And through it all, Marcus realized something important. He wasn't special because of some prophecy. He wasn't chosen because he was better or smarter or holier than anyone else. He was important because he was willing to be vulnerable, to share his pain, to admit his doubts, to offer hope anyway. And that was something anyone could do. As the sun began to set, Elon came onto the stage. "I think we need to let Marcus rest," he said gently into the microphone. "He's been out here for 5 hours. But I want to say something first." The crowd quieted. "When I started this project, I thought it was about science, about proving something, about showing the world evidence of something impossible." He looked at Marcus, who was sitting on the stage looking exhausted but peaceful. "But this young man taught me something. It's not about proof. It's about connection. It's about being brave enough to share your pain so others don't feel alone in theirs. That's the real miracle. Not some image on a cloth, but the courage to be human with each other." Elon helped Marcus to his feet. Marcus is going home to San Francisco tomorrow, back to his normal life. Back to school and friends and being a regular kid. Because that's what he is. A regular kid who did something extraordinary by simply telling the truth. He put his arm around Marcus's shoulders. But the work continues. The discovery continues. Scientists will keep studying. People will keep debating. Faith will keep growing and changing. And all of us will keep searching for meaning, for hope, for connection. Elon looked out at the crowd. So go home. Be with your families. Love each other. Remember the people you've lost. And choose hope. Choose connection. Choose love. That's what Marcus did. That's what we all can do. The crowd began to disperse slowly, reluctantly, like they didn't want this moment to end. Marcus walked off the stage with Rosa holding his hand. "You did good, Mijo," she whispered. "So good. Your parents would be so proud." "I felt them, Grandma," Marcus said. "While I was sitting there listening to all those stories, I felt Mom and Dad with me, like they were helping me know what to say." "They were," Rosa said with certainty. "They always are." That night, Marcus fell asleep in his room at Starbase, exhausted but content. And he dreamed of light, of faces, of his parents smiling at him from within that beautiful, impossible glow. In his dream, his mom said, "You did exactly what you needed to do, sweetheart. You gave people hope. That's the greatest gift anyone can give." And his dad said, "We're always with you, Marcus. In every sunrise, in every kind word, in every moment of love. Always." Marcus woke up the next morning with tears on his face and peace in his heart. Tomorrow, he'd go home. Back to regular life. Back to being just Marcus. But nothing would ever be quite the same again. Because he'd learned the most important truth of all. Love never dies. It only changes form. And we're all connected across time, across space, across the boundary between life and death, by threads of light that nothing can break. The flight home to San Francisco should have felt normal. A regular airplane. Regular seats. Regular people going to regular places. But nothing felt normal anymore. Marcus and Rosa sat in first class. Elon had insisted on upgrading their tickets. Through the window, Marcus watched Texas disappear below them. The flat brown land giving way to mountains and then clouds. His phone buzzed constantly, despite airplane mode. Messages kept downloading whenever he turned it back on. Friend requests. Interview requests. People wanting his autograph or his blessing or just to tell him their story. "You should turn that off for a while," Rosa suggested gently. "Give yourself a break." Marcus powered down his phone and leaned back in his seat. But his mind wouldn't stop racing. Everything had changed in 3 days. 3 days ago, he was just Marcus Chen, 7th grader at Everett Middle School. The quiet kid who'd lost his parents. The one teachers worried about but didn't quite know how to help. Now he was Marcus Chen, the boy from the prophecy. The child who'd gone to space. The face of hope for a hurting world. It was too much. Too big. Too overwhelming. "Grandma," Marcus said quietly, "what happens when we get home?" "Everything's going to be different, isn't it?" Rosa took his hand. "Yes, Mijo. It will be different. But different isn't always bad. You have a gift now. A platform, they call it. A way to reach people. What you do with that gift is up to you." "What if I don't want it?" Marcus whispered. "What if I just want to be normal again?" Rosa was quiet for a moment, thinking, "You know what your mother used to say? She'd say, 'We don't always get to choose what life gives us, but we always get to choose what we do with it.'" Marcus remembered his mom saying that, after his dad lost his job once. After Rosa got sick one winter. After hard things happened. "So what should I do with this?" Marcus asked. "Whatever feels right to you," Rosa said. "Help people if you can. But also take care of yourself. You're still 12 years old. You still need to be a kid. Don't let the world steal that from you." The plane landed at San Francisco International Airport at 2 p.m. As they walked through the terminal, people started recognizing Marcus. At first, just a few stares, then whispers. Then someone asked for a photo. "Are you the boy? The one from the broadcast?" Marcus nodded shyly. Can I hug you?" the woman asked, tears in her eyes. "My brother died last month." Watching you talk about your parents helped me so much. Marcus, let her hug him. She cried on his shoulder while other travelers stopped to watch. More people approached. A teenager who'd been suicidal. An elderly man who'd lost his wife. A little girl who wanted to know if her grandmother was in heaven. Rosa tried to create space, to protect Marcus, but he kept saying yes, kept listening, kept offering what comfort he could. By the time they reached baggage claim, a small crowd had formed around them. Security had to help them get to their car. Miguel had arranged for a driver to take them home. As they drove through the city, Marcus saw something that made his breath catch. Posters. Everywhere. The image from the broadcast printed on paper and taped to walls, windows, telephone pole. Jesus' face. The explosion of light and words. Hope lives and love continues and we are connected. San Francisco had changed too. The whole world had changed. When they pulled up to Rosa's apartment building on Liberty Street, there were news vans parked outside. "Oh no," Rosa breathed. Reporters rushed toward the car as they got out, shouting questions. "Marcus, how does it feel to be home? Do you think you're a prophet? Will you continue speaking publicly? What message do you have for young people?" The driver and a security guard Elon had sent helped push through the crowd. They made it to the building and up the stairs to apartment 3C. Inside, finally alone, Marcus collapsed on the couch. "This is crazy," he said. "How am I supposed to live like this?" Rosa made tea, her solution to everything stressful. While it steeped, she sat beside Marcus. "It won't always be this intense," she said. "Right now, everyone wants a piece of you because it's new. But eventually other news will happen. Other stories will take over. You just have to survive the first few weeks." Marcus's phone rang. Aisha's name appeared on the screen. "I should probably answer," he said. He picked up. "Hey, Marcus." Aisha's voice exploded through the speaker. "Oh my gosh, you're back. You're really back. Can I come over? Please? I have about 1,000,000 questions and also I want to make sure you're actually real and not a hologram or something." Marcus laughed. His first real laugh since leaving Texas. "Yeah, come over. But there are reporters outside, so be careful." "Are you kidding? I'm gonna love telling reporters to leave my best friend alone. Be there in 20 minutes. Aisha arrived wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap like she was a celebrity trying to avoid paparazzi. She pushed past the reporters saying no comment, dramatically, which made Marcus laugh again when she burst into the apartment. "Dude!" She threw her arms around him. "You went to space. You talked to billions of people. You're like famous now." "I know," Marcus said miserably. "It's weird." They went to his room and closed the door. Aisha sat on his bed looking at him with wide eyes. "Tell me everything," she demanded. "And I mean everything. What was space like? Was Elon Musk nice? Did you really see your parents in the light? Is the image real or fake? And also, why didn't you tell me you were doing all this?" Marcus took a deep breath and told her the whole story. The mysterious text, meeting Father Dimitri. The USB drive. Elon's phone call. The flight to Texas. The launch. The broadcast. The gathering afterward. Aisha listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "So," she finally said, "you really believe it? That the image is real? That your parents are still out there somewhere?" "I do," Marcus said. "I know it sounds crazy. I know there's no way to prove it scientifically. But Aisha, when I saw that image, when I saw their faces in the light, I felt them. I felt their love. And it made the hurt inside me feel a little bit better." Aisha nodded slowly. "I get it. Like in Islam, we believe that when someone dies, their soul goes on. We can't see them, but they're not gone. My grandmother died when I was 6, and my mom says she's still watching over us. I never really thought about it much before. But maybe your discovery proves what we've all been believing anyway. That death isn't the end." "Exactly," Marcus said, relieved that she understood. Aisha grinned. "So my best friend is basically a prophet now. That's gonna be weird at school." Marcus groaned. "School? I have to go back to school tomorrow. Everyone's going to treat me differently." "Probably," Aisha agreed. But hey, I'll still treat you the same. You're still just Marcus to me. Marcus, who's terrible at math and can't shoot a basketball to save his life and laughs at stupid memes. Thanks, Marcus said sincerely. I think I'm going to need that. People treating me normal. They spent the rest of the afternoon just hanging out, playing video games, watching funny videos, being regular kids. It felt good. It felt necessary. That evening, after Aisha left, Marcus sat with Rosa at dinner. She'd made his favorite chicken enchiladas with rice and beans. Tomorrow you go back to school, Rosa said. Are you ready? No, Marcus admitted, but I have to, right? I can't just hide forever. No, you can't. But Misho, if it gets too hard, if people won't leave you alone, if it's too much, you tell me. We can figure out other options. Online school, private tutoring, whatever you need. Marcus appreciated that, but he also knew he didn't want to run away. His mom had always said, face your fears head on. That's how you defeat them. After dinner, Marcus went to his room and did something he'd been avoiding. He opened his laptop and searched for news about the broadcast. Articles filled the screen. Scientific community debates authenticity of Jerusalem discovery. Religious leaders respond to resurrection image. Millions report seeing deceased loved ones in viral image. Is Marcus Chen a prophet or just a grieving child? He clicked on that last one and immediately regretted it. The article was mean, questioning his motives, suggesting he was being used by Elon Musk for publicity. The comments were worse, people calling him a liar, a fake, a tool of manipulation. But then he saw other comments defending him, people saying his story had helped them, that his courage had inspired them. Marcus closed the laptop. Rosa was right. He couldn't let the internet define him. He pulled out the USB drive Father Dimitri had given him. There was still one file on it he hadn't watched yet. A second video message, labeled for after the broadcast. Marcus plugged it in and clicked play. Father Dimitri's face appeared on screen. But this video was different. It had been recorded outdoors, somewhere with ancient stone buildings in the background. Jerusalem, Marcus realized. Hello, Marcus, Father Dimitri said. If you're watching this, it means you've completed your mission. You've helped show the world what we found. I'm so proud of you. He paused, his eyes kind, but now comes the harder part. Living with what you've done. Being the person everyone saw on that broadcast. Marcus, I need you to remember something very important. You are not defined by this discovery. You are not the prophecy or the image or the broadcast. You are Marcus Chen, a young man who lost his parents. A young man searching for meaning. A young man brave enough to share his truth. Father Dimitri leaned closer to the camera. People will try to make you into something you're not. A prophet, a saint, a symbol. Don't let them. Stay grounded. Stay humble. Remember that you don't have all the answers. None of us do. Your gift isn't having answers. It's being willing to ask questions and share the journey. He smiled gently. I recorded this message before the broadcast, but I know you well enough to guess what you're feeling now. Overwhelmed. Confused. Wondering if you made a mistake. Let me tell you, you didn't. You gave the world hope. That's never a mistake. Father Dimitri stood up, and Marcus could see he was at the excavation site where the cloths had been found. This place, this tomb held a secret for 2,000 years. It waited for the right moment, the right technology, the right people. And Marcus, you were part of that perfect timing. Not because you're special, but because you were willing. The old priest put his hand over his heart. Your parents are proud of you. I know this with certainty. They're watching. They're loving you. They're helping guide you. Even now. Trust that. Trust them. Trust yourself. The video ended. Marcus sat in the quiet of his room, feeling Father Dimitri's words settle into his heart. He wasn't a prophet. He wasn't a saint. He was just Marcus. And maybe that was enough. That night, Marcus couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about tomorrow. About going back to Everett Middle School. About facing his classmates and teachers. At midnight, he got out of bed and went to the living room. Rosa was there, unable to sleep too, drinking tea and looking at old photo albums. Come sit with me, Misho, she said, patting the couch beside her. Marcus sat down and looked at the photos, his parents on their wedding day. Marcus as a baby, family vacations, birthday parties, Christmas mornings. I've been thinking about your mother, Rosa said quietly. About what she'd say if she could see you now. What would she say? Marcus asked. Rosa smiled. She'd say, "That's my boy. That's my brave, beautiful boy. I knew you'd do something important with your life, but I never imagined it would be this." She turned to a photo of Marcus at age 7, missing his 2 front teeth, grinning at the camera while his mom hugged him from behind. Your mother had faith like I've never seen, Rosa continued. Even when things were hard, when money was tight, when your father was sick one year, when I had my heart problems, she never stopped believing that God was watching over us, that love would see us through. Do you think she knows? Marcus asked. About what I did? About the broadcast? Yes, Rosa said with absolute certainty. I think she knows. I think she's been helping you all along, guiding Father Dmitri to find you, giving you courage when you needed it, showing you her face in the light so you'd know she never left. Marcus leaned against his grandmother's shoulder. I miss her so much. I know, Mijo. I miss her too. She was my baby girl. But I believe what you helped show the world. I believe she's still with us. Different, yes, but still here, still loving us. They sat together for a long time, looking at photos, remembering, crying a little, laughing a little. Finally, Rosa kissed the top of his head. Go to sleep now. Tomorrow is a new day, a new beginning. You're gonna be okay. Marcus went back to his room and climbed into bed. This time, sleep came easier. And he dreamed of his mom and dad smiling at him, proud of him, loving him across the distance between life and death. In his dream, they said together, "We're always with you, Marcus. In every sunrise, in every act of kindness, in every moment of hope, always and forever." Marcus woke up the next morning, ready to face whatever came next. Because he finally understood, love never dies, it only changes form. And he was surrounded by love from Rosa, from Aisha, from everyone who'd heard his story and found hope in it, and from his parents watching over him from wherever souls go when bodies fail. He was not alone. He had never been alone. And that knowledge made him brave enough to face anything. Marcus stood outside Everett Middle School at 7:45 a.m., his backpack heavy on his shoulders. Students streamed past him toward the entrance. Some stared, some whispered. A few pointed, but no one approached him, not yet. Rosa had walked him to school despite his protest that he was old enough to take the bus. Just for today, she'd said. Let me see you safely inside. Now she squeezed his hand. You can do this, Micho. Just be yourself. Marcus nodded, took a deep breath and walked toward the entrance. The moment he stepped inside, everything stopped. Kids in the hallway froze. Conversations died mid-sentence. Everyone turned to stare at him. Marcus felt his face grow hot. He wanted to run, to hide, to be anywhere but here. Then Tyler Chen, no relation, broke the silence. Yo, Marcus, you went to space. That's so cool. Suddenly everyone was talking at once. Did you really see your dead parents? Is Elon Musk nice? Can I get your autograph? Was it scary? Is the image real or fake? Are you famous now? Marcus was drowning in questions, pressed against his locker by curious classmates. Then Ayesha appeared, pushing through the crowd like a protective bodyguard. Back up. Give him space. He's still just Marcus, okay? He's not a zoo animal. She created a bubble around him, and Marcus gave her a grateful look. Come on, she said. Let's get to homeroom before you get mobbed. They walked down the hallway together, students parting like the Red Sea. In homeroom, their tutor, Mrs. Rodriguez, looked up from her desk and smiled warmly. Welcome back, Marcus. It's good to see you. Thanks, Mrs. Rodriguez, Marcus said quietly, sliding into his usual seat by the window. Other students filed in, and Marcus braced himself for more questions. But Mrs. Rodriguez stood up and addressed the class. I know we all have questions about Marcus's incredible experience, but let's remember that he's our classmate first. He deserves the same respect and space we'd want if we were in his position. So please, treat him normally. If he wants to share, he will, but don't pressure him. Marcus shot her a grateful look. Mrs. Rodriguez had always been one of the good ones. During the morning announcements, Principal Hayes came on the intercom. I want to take a moment to talk to one of our students who participated in a historic event this week. Marcus Chen, we're proud of you. And to all students, I know this is exciting, but please respect Marcus's privacy. He's still a student here, and he deserves to learn in peace. It helped, a little, but all morning Marcus felt eyes on him. In math class, during English, at lunch, everyone watched him. Some with curiosity, some with admiration, some with skepticism. At lunch, Marcus sat at his usual table with Ayesha. But this time other kids approached hesitantly. Sophie Martin, the girl from his English class, sat down across from him. Marcus, I just wanted to say, my dad died last year. And watching you talk about your parents, about how much you miss them, but how you're finding hope, it helped me. Thank you. You're welcome, Marcus said, his voice thick. Rashid, the kid who talked about his imam, sat down too. My religious teacher said what you did was brave. That sharing truth takes courage, no matter what people believe. I think you did a good thing. More kids came, some to thank him, some to share their own stories of loss, some just to be near someone who'd done something important. By the end of lunch, Marcus was exhausted from talking, from listening, from being the Marcus Chen. You okay? Ayesha asked, as they walked to science class. I don't know, Marcus admitted. It's nice that people are being kind, but it's also a lot. I just want to be normal. Give it time, Ayesha said. It'll calm down. Next week, someone will do something embarrassing and everyone will forget about you. But Marcus wasn't so sure. After school, Rosa was waiting outside again. How was it? She asked as they walked home. Weird, Marcus said. Everyone was nice but also weird. They treated me like I'm different now. You are different, Rosa said gently. Not bad different, just different. You've experienced something most people never will. That changes you. When they got home, there was a package waiting at their door. No return address, just Marcus's name written in careful handwriting. Inside was a letter and a small wooden box. Marcus opened the letter first. Dear Marcus, my name is Dr. Youssef al-Rashid. I'm the archaeologist who led the excavation in Jerusalem. I wanted to send you something special, a gift to thank you for your courage. Inside the box is a small piece of pottery from the excavation site. It's a fragment of an oil lamp dating to approximately 30 CE. This lamp might have provided light in Jerusalem when Jesus walked those streets. It's not valuable to museums, but I thought it might be meaningful to you. You helped bring light to the world. Marcus, this is a reminder that light has always mattered. In ancient times, a small lamp could push back the darkness. Today, a young boy's hope can do the same. Thank you for being brave. Thank you for sharing your truth. With respect and gratitude, Dr. Youssef al-Rashid. Marcus opened the wooden box carefully. Inside, nestled in cloth, was a piece of ancient pottery about the size of his palm. It was clay-colored and rough, with part of the lamp's handle still visible. He held it gently, thinking about someone 2,000 years ago making this lamp. Using it, seeing by its light. Maybe Jesus himself had seen this lamp. Maybe Mary Magdalene. Maybe any of the people from those ancient stories that now felt suddenly real. Rosa looked at it with wonder. That's incredible, Mijo. A piece of history. Marcus placed it carefully on his desk, next to his computer and school books. Ancient and modern, side by side. That evening, Marcus had his first scheduled interview. Jennifer Walsh, the communications specialist from SpaceX, had arranged it carefully, not with a major network or newspaper, but with a youth podcast called Real Talk with Real Kids. The host was a 16-year-old girl named Emma, who interviewed young people doing interesting things. The interview was over video call, so Marcus could do it from home with Rosa nearby for support. Emma appeared on screen, short pink hair, bright smile, nose ring.
Hey Marcus, thanks for doing this. I know you're being bombarded with requests, so I really appreciate you choosing us.
Jennifer said you'd be nice, Marcus said, relaxing a little, and that you'd ask actual questions, not just try to make me sound dramatic. Emma laughed. Yeah, I hate when interviews are like that. So let's just have a real conversation, okay? Tell me, what's the weirdest part about all this? Marcus thought about it. Probably how everyone treats me now. Like I'm suddenly wise or special. But I'm still just me. I still can't do math homework without struggling. I still trip over my own feet in PE. I still get nervous talking to people. But you talk to billions of people from space, Emma pointed out. That was different, Marcus said. That was about something important. This is just... Okay, but you are important, Emma said. You helped people see hope. That matters. They talked for 40 minutes. Emma asked about his parents, and Marcus found himself opening up in ways he hadn't expected. She asked about faith, and he admitted his doubts alongside his hopes. She asked what he wanted to do next, and he honestly didn't know. I think I just want to be a kid for a while, Marcus said. Go to school, hang out with my friend Aisha, play video games, normal stuff. That's fair, Emma said. But Marcus, one last question. What would you say to other kids who've lost someone? Kids who are hurting and looking for hope? Marcus was quiet for a moment, thinking carefully. I'd say, it's okay to hurt. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to stop believing in things for a while. But don't give up completely, because even when it feels like you're totally alone, you're not. The people you lost, they're still connected to you through love, and that connection never breaks. It just changes form. He paused, finding the right words. And also, talk to people. Don't hold all the pain inside like I did. Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell someone. Because we all need help carrying grief. It's too heavy to carry alone. Emma's eyes were shiny with tears. That's beautiful, Marcus. Thank you. After the interview ended, Rosa hugged him. You did wonderfully, Mijo. Your mother would be so proud. Over the next few days, life settled into a strange new normal. Marcus went to school, did homework, hung out with Aisha. But he was also navigating his new reality as someone people recognized. He did a few more carefully selected interviews, always with Rosa's approval, always with Jennifer Walsh's guidance. He said no to most requests. No to reality TV shows. No to religious organizations wanting him to endorse their beliefs. No to companies wanting him to sell products. Your story isn't for sale, Rosa said firmly when one company offered a lot of money for Marcus to appear in their commercial. You shared it to help people, not to get rich. But some opportunities felt right. A children's hospital in San Francisco asked if he'd visit kids who were sick. Marcus said yes. A grief support group for young people asked if he'd speak at their meeting. Marcus said yes. A school for deaf students asked if he'd come talk about hope and resilience. Marcus said yes. These things felt meaningful. They felt like using his story to actually help people, not just to be famous. 1 week after the broadcast, Marcus was doing homework in his room when his phone rang. Elon Musk's name appeared on the screen. Hello? Marcus answered. Hey Marcus, how are you holding up? Elon's voice sounded tired but warm. Okay, I think. It's been weird, but okay. Good. Listen, I wanted to tell you something. Remember how we detected a future date stamp in the energy signature? How something was supposed to happen the day after our broadcast? Yeah, Marcus said, his heart beating faster. It did happen. Something incredible. Hospitals around the world reported unexplained recoveries that day. Hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. People who were dying, who shouldn't have survived, suddenly improving. Cancer remissions. Coma patients waking up. Terminal illnesses reversing. Marcus felt chills run down his arms. How is that possible? We don't know, Elon admitted. But the energy signature we detected, it predicted it, like somehow showing that image to the world, having billions of people see it and believe in it simultaneously, it created some kind of effect. Some kind of healing wave. That's impossible, Marcus whispered. I know. But it happened. Dr. Okonkwo is studying it. She thinks maybe consciousness is more powerful than we understood. That when billions of people focus on hope and love at the same time, it creates real measurable effects in the world. Marcus didn't know what to say. I wanted you to know, Elon continued, because you made this possible. Your courage helped create that moment. Commander Lee's daughter in China, she's in full remission now. Doctors can't explain it, but I think you can. I don't understand any of this. Marcus said honestly. Neither do I, Elon said. But isn't it beautiful? The mystery of it? Marcus, we found proof that resurrection happened 2,000 years ago. But we also found something else. Proof that love and hope and consciousness are real forces that can change the world. That's even more important. After the call ended, Marcus sat in his room thinking, all those people, all those healings, all that hope spreading through the world like light, and he'd been part of it. Not because he was special, not because he was chosen, but because he'd been willing to share his pain and his hope, because he'd been brave enough to tell the truth. That night, Marcus had a dream that felt different from other dreams, more real, more vivid. He was standing in a room filled with light, not harsh light, gentle, golden light that felt warm and safe. And in that light he saw faces, hundreds of them, thousands. He saw his parents smiling at him. He saw Father Dimitri's daughter, Natasha, looking healthy and whole. He saw Commander Lee's daughter, healed and laughing. He saw all the people from the gathering at Starbase, the woman who'd lost her son, the man who'd lost his husband, the teenager who'd lost her best friend. And he understood they were all connected. Every soul that had ever lived or would ever live, connected through threads of love that nothing could break. Death wasn't an ending. It was a transformation, a change of form, but the love remained. His mother's voice came to him, clear as if she were standing right beside him. You did it, sweetheart. You helped the world understand what I always tried to teach you. Love is eternal. Love is everything. Love is what makes us real. His father's voice joined her. We're so proud of you, Marcus. Not because you went to space or talked to billions of people, but because you stayed kind, because you shared your pain to help others, because you chose hope even when it was hard. Marcus wanted to stay in that dream forever. But gently, lovingly, he felt himself being pulled back to waking. As he drifted up toward consciousness, his mother whispered one last thing. Live, Marcus. Live fully. Love deeply. Don't spend your life looking backward to us. We're always with you, but you have so much life ahead of you. So much to experience. So much to give. Live for us. Live for yourself. Just live. Marcus woke up with tears on his face and peace in his heart. He got out of bed and went to the window. The sun was rising over San Francisco, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange and gold. A new day. A new beginning. Marcus was 12 years old. He'd lost his parents. He'd gone to space. He'd helped change the world. But most importantly, he'd learned that love never dies. And armed with that knowledge, he could face anything. He could live. He could hope. He could love. And that, Marcus thought as he watched the sunrise, was the real miracle. Not the image in the cloth. Not the broadcast from space. But the simple, profound truth that love continues. Always and forever. 3 weeks after returning from Texas, Marcus was starting to feel like himself again. School had calmed down. Kids still occasionally asked him questions or wanted to hear stories about space, but mostly they treated him like regular Marcus. Even Tyler Chen had stopped asking for autographs. Aisha was the best at keeping things normal. She'd make fun of him when he spaced out in math class, challenge him to video game competitions he always lost, and text him stupid memes at midnight. It was exactly what he needed. But the world outside Everett Middle School was still changing. Every night, the news showed footage of the gatherings that were happening worldwide. People coming together in city parks, church halls, community centers, even living rooms, meeting to talk about the discovery, to share their experiences, to process what it all meant. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo had become a media fixture, carefully explaining the science, while acknowledging the mysteries that science couldn't yet explain. She appeared on talk shows, news programs, and academic conferences, always measured and thoughtful. Father Dimitri had returned to his parish in Brooklyn, but he did weekly video calls with Marcus, checking in on how he was doing, offering wisdom and grandfather-like advice. Commander Li Wei sent regular updates about his daughter, who was now well enough to return to school. Her doctors couldn't explain her recovery, but her family didn't need an explanation. They just celebrated the miracle. And Elon Musk had announced a new initiative, the Hope Foundation, dedicated to studying consciousness, healing, and the connections between love and physical health. He donated $1 billion to get it started. You inspired this, Elon had told Marcus on one of their phone calls. We're going to study what happened, why so many people healed after the broadcast, whether consciousness and love can actually affect physical reality. It's the most important research anyone could do. On a Saturday morning in late October, Marcus was helping Rosa grocery shop when his phone buzzed with an urgent message from Jennifer Walsh. "Marcus, need to talk. Important. Can you call me?" He called from the cereal aisle while Rosa debated between cornflakes and bran flakes. "Marcus." "Hi," Jennifer said, sounding stressed. "We have a situation. The United Nations has requested a special assembly. They want representatives from the Discovery to speak, Elon, Dr. Okonkwo, religious leaders, and they specifically asked for you." Marcus nearly dropped his phone. "The United Nations? Like the actual UN?" "Yes. They want to hear from everyone involved before they issue any official statements about the discovery. It's happening next week in New York. World leaders will be there. It'll be broadcast globally. This is bigger than the original broadcast, Marcus." "I can't do that," Marcus said immediately. "I'm 12. I can't talk to world leaders." "That's exactly why they want you there," Jennifer said. "You represent the human side of this discovery. Not the science, not the religion, not the politics, just the human experience of loss and hope. Marcus, I know it's scary, but this could help shape how the world officially responds to what we found." Marcus looked at Rosa, who was watching him with concerned eyes. "Can I think about it?" he asked. "Of course, but I need an answer by tomorrow. They need time to prepare." After the call, Marcus explained everything to Rosa as they finished shopping. "What do you want to do?" Rosa asked. "I don't know," Marcus admitted. "Part of me wants to say no. Stay out of it. Just be a regular kid. But another part of me thinks, what if I can help? What if my story could make a difference in how world leaders handle this?" Rosa pushed the cart slowly, thinking, "Your mother used to say something. She'd say, when you're given a chance to do good, you have an obligation to at least consider it. She never said you had to say yes to everything, but you had to honestly think about whether you could help." That night, Marcus lay in bed thinking about what Rosa had said. He thought about all the people who'd messaged him, who'd said his story helped them, who'd found hope because he'd been brave enough to share his pain. He thought about the kids in that children's hospital he'd visited, their faces lighting up when he talked about seeing his parents in the light. He thought about the grief support group where teenagers cried and laughed and shared their stories because he'd shown them it was okay to be vulnerable. And he thought about his parents, about what they'd want him to do. He pulled out his phone and recorded a voice memo, something he'd started doing when he needed to think through hard decisions. "Okay, Mom and Dad," he said quietly into the phone. "If you can hear this, I need help. The United Nations wants me to speak about you, about loss, about hope. And I'm terrified. But I also think maybe I should do it. Maybe this is part of why everything happened. I don't know. Give me a sign or something. Help me know what to do." He set the phone down and closed his eyes. And in that space between waking and sleeping, he heard his mother's voice. Not from the phone, not from outside, but from somewhere deep inside his heart. "You already know the answer, sweetheart. You're just scared to admit it. But fear doesn't mean no. Fear often means you're about to do something important. Trust yourself. Trust us. We're with you." Marcus opened his eyes. Decision made. The next morning, he called Jennifer Walsh. "I'll do it," he said. "I'll speak at the UN. But I need help writing something. And I need Grandma Rosa to come with me. And Aisha too, if she can. I need people there who make me feel normal." "Done," Jennifer said, relief in her voice. "We'll help you prepare. And Marcus, thank you. This matters more than you know." The week leading up to the UN assembly was intense. Jennifer flew to San Francisco to help Marcus prepare. They didn't write a script. She said it needed sound like him, not like a speech. But they talked through what he wanted to say, what messages mattered most. "Don't try to convince anyone of anything," Jennifer advised. "Just tell your truth. Share your experience. Let your authenticity do the work." Aisha's parents agreed to let her come to New York. Her dad was nervous about her being in such a public event, but her mom said it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Plus, Aisha said when she came over to help Marcus pack, "Someone needs to keep you from freaking out completely." That's best friend duties. The school gave Marcus permission to miss a week of classes. His teachers put together a packet of homework, and Mrs. Rodriguez wrote a note. "Marcus, good luck. You've already taught us more about courage than any textbook could. We're proud of you." They flew to New York on a commercial flight this time. No private jets, just regular first-class seats. Rosa sat between Marcus and Aisha, occasionally squeezing their hands when turbulence hit. Elon met them at JFK Airport with a security team. "Welcome to New York," he said, looking as exhausted as ever. "Big day coming up. You ready?" "No," Marcus said honestly. "But I'm here anyway." They stayed at a hotel near the United Nations building. That evening they had dinner with Dr. Sarah Okonkwo and Father Dimitri, who'd both flown in for the assembly. "The room will be intimidating," Sarah warned gently. "World leaders, ambassadors, news cameras everywhere. But Marcus, remember, you've already done the hard part. You've already been to space. You've already told your story to billions. This is just more of the same. Except this time they'll be sitting right in front of you, judging everything you say," Aisha added helpfully. "Not helping," Rosa said, giving Aisha a look. Father Dimitri reached across the table and took Marcus's hand. "Do you remember what I told you in the church that first day we met?" Marcus thought back. "You said I was the child from the prophecy." "Before that," Father Dimitri said, "I told you that sometimes God uses the most unlikely people to do his work. Not because they're perfect, but because they're willing. You're willing, Marcus. That's all that matters." That night, Marcus couldn't sleep. He kept going over what he wanted to say, worried he'd forget or say something wrong. At 2 a.m., there was a soft knock on his door. Rosa came in, wearing her bathrobe. "Can't sleep either?" she asked. Marcus shook his head. Rosa sat on the edge of his bed. "You know what I've been thinking about? The day you were born. Your mother was in labor for 16 hours. She was exhausted, in pain, scared, and I told her the same thing I'm telling you now. You can do hard things. You're stronger than you think, and you're not doing this alone." She stroked his hair like she used to when he was little. "Tomorrow, when you stand in front of all those important people, remember you're not representing yourself. You're representing every child who's lost a parent, every person who's struggled with faith, every human being who's ever wondered if love continues after death. That's not a burden, Misha. That's an honor." Marcus felt tears slip down his face. "What if I let them down?" "You won't," Rosa said with absolute certainty, "because you'll tell the truth, and the truth is never wrong." The morning of the UN assembly, Marcus put on the suit Elon's team had bought for him. Dark blue with a white shirt and a tie that Aisha had helped him pick out because she said it made him look serious but not boring. The United Nations building was massive and intimidating. They entered through security, past protesters both for and against the discovery, past news cameras and reporters shouting questions. Inside, they were led to a waiting room. Through a monitor, Marcus could see the General Assembly hall filling up. Representatives from 19 countries taking their seats. Interpreters in booths preparing to translate, cameras positioned everywhere. His stomach felt like he'd swallowed a rock. Dr. Sarah Okonkwo was reviewing her notes. Father Dimitri was praying quietly. Elon was on his phone, probably managing some crisis. And Marcus was trying not to throw up. Aisha squeezed his shoulder. "You've got this. Just pretend you're talking to me. To one person who cares, not to hundreds of world leaders." A UN official came to get them. "We're ready. Dr. Okonkwo will speak first, then Mr. Musk. Then Father Volkov. Marcus, you'll go last. Is that okay?" Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. They walked down a corridor and entered the General Assembly hall through a side door. The room was enormous. Curved rows of seats rising up in tiers, flags from every nation hanging along the walls. In the center, a raised platform with microphones and the iconic UN logo behind it. And everywhere, thousands of eyes watching. Marcus's legs felt weak. He sat in a chair at the front between Rosa and Aisha, while the Secretary General of the United Nations called the assembly to order. "We are gathered today," the Secretary General began, "to address a discovery that has captured the world's attention, a discovery that raises profound questions about science, faith, and the nature of human existence. We've invited those closest to this discovery to share their perspectives before this body issues any official response." Dr. Sarah Okonkwo walked to the podium first. She was professional and clear, explaining the archaeological evidence, the scientific testing, the authenticity of the artifacts. She showed slides and data. She acknowledged what they knew and what remained mysterious. Science cannot explain everything we found, she concluded. But it can confirm that what we're seeing is real, not manufactured, not fabricated, but real. What you choose to believe about its meaning is your own decision. But the evidence is sound. Elon spoke next, explaining the imaging technology and the energy signatures they detected. We didn't set out to prove or disprove anything about religion, he said. We were just following the science. But what we found suggests that consciousness, love, and human connection might be more powerful and more enduring than we've understood. That's worth studying. That's worth taking seriously. Father Dimitri spoke about the theological implications, careful to respect all faith traditions. This discovery doesn't threaten faith, he said gently. It invites us to deepen it, to ask better questions, to wonder more honestly about the mysteries of existence. Whatever you believe about God or the afterlife, surely we can all agree that love matters, that connection matters, that hope matters. Then it was Marcus's turn. A UN official gestured for him to approach the podium. Marcus stood up on shaky legs. Rosa squeezed his hand one last time. Aisha gave him a thumbs up. He walked to the podium, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. The microphone was too high. Someone adjusted it down for him. A small reminder that he was just a kid standing before the most powerful people in the world. Marcus looked out at the assembly. Hundreds of faces. Ambassadors and presidents and prime ministers. People who made decisions that affected billions. And they were all looking at him. For a moment his mind went blank. He couldn't remember anything he'd planned to say. Then he saw Rosa in the front row, her hand over her heart. He saw Aisha giving him an encouraging nod. He saw Father Dimitri praying, and he remembered. Just tell the truth. Marcus took a breath and began to speak. My name is Marcus Chen, he said, his voice barely steady. I'm 12 years old. I live in San Francisco with my grandmother. And 2 years ago, my parents died in a car accident. His voice echoed through the hall. Interpreters quietly translated his words into dozens of languages. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a religious leader. I'm not anyone important. I'm just a kid who lost people he loved and spent 2 years feeling completely alone. He paused, finding his courage. When Dr. Okonkwo showed you the scientific evidence, and Mr. Musk showed you the technology, and Father Dimitri talked about theology, those are all important. But I'm here to tell you what this discovery means to someone like me, to the millions of regular people who've lost someone and wondered if they'd ever see them again. Marcus looked directly at the ambassadors in the front rows. The night before we did the broadcast from space, I was terrified. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay home and be normal. But then I thought about my mom. She used to tell me, Marcus, when you have a chance to help people, even if it's scary, you take that chance. So I went, and I helped show the world what we found. His voice grew stronger. And you know what happened? Thousands of people messaged me. They told me their stories. A woman whose son was dying, now he's getting better. A man who'd lost his wife and wanted to die too, now he has hope. A girl my age who was going to hurt herself, now she's choosing to live. Marcus felt tears building but didn't try to hide them. I can't prove scientifically that my parents are still watching over me. I can't prove that love continues after death. But I can tell you what I felt when I saw that image, when I saw their faces in the light. I felt them. I felt their love. And it made the hurt inside me finally start to heal. He looked around the room, making eye contact with ambassadors from different countries. I know some of you don't want to believe this is real. I know it's easier to think it's fake or a trick, because if it's real, it means everything changes. It means we have to rethink death, rethink consciousness, rethink what it means to be human. Marcus's voice filled the hall. But I'm asking you, all of you, don't let fear make you dismiss something that could help billions of people. Don't let politics or religion or pride get in the way of hope, because that's what this discovery offers. Hope. The hope that death isn't the end. The hope that love continues. The hope that we're all connected in ways we're just beginning to understand. He gripped the podium, giving everything he had. You're world leaders. You make important decisions. But you're also human beings. You've lost people too. You've felt grief too. You've wondered if you'll ever see your loved ones again too. This discovery isn't about proving one religion right and others wrong. It's about showing that maybe, just maybe, love is the most powerful force in the universe. And if that's true, then everything we do matters. Every kindness matters. Every connection matters. Every choice to love instead of hate matters. Marcus's voice broke, but he pushed through. My mom and dad can't come back. I know that. But knowing they're still connected to me, still loving me from wherever they are, that changes everything. It makes me want to live better, love better, be better. Not because I'm scared of punishment or hoping for reward, but because love deserves my best effort. He looked directly at the Secretary General. So I'm asking you, on behalf of all the kids who've lost parents, all the parents who've lost kids, all the people who've loved and lost and wondered if that love meant anything, please don't let fear win. Please don't hide this discovery or dismiss it or turn it into something political. Please just let it be what it is. Hope. Simple, beautiful hope that love never dies. Marcus stepped back from the podium, his whole body shaking. For 3 full seconds, the General Assembly Hall was completely silent. Then someone started clapping. Then another person. Then another. Within seconds, the entire assembly was on their feet. Ambassadors, representatives, staff, everyone, giving Marcus a standing ovation. He stood there, stunned, as the applause washed over him. He saw ambassadors wiping their eyes, saw hardened diplomats openly crying, saw people from different countries who normally disagreed about everything united in this one moment. Rusa was crying in the front row, her hands clasped over her heart. Aisha was crying and clapping so hard her hands must have hurt. Father Dmitri had his eyes closed, tears streaming into his beard. Dr. Sarah was smiling through her tears. Even Elon looked emotional, which Marcus had never seen before. The Secretary General approached Marcus and shook his hand. "Thank you," he said quietly. That was exactly what the world needed to hear. After the assembly, the UN issued a statement. The discovery made in Jerusalem represents a significant archaeological and scientific finding that warrants continued study and respectful discourse. While questions remain about its full meaning and implications, the evidence presented suggests authenticity. The United Nations encourages all member nations to approach this discovery with open minds and hearts, recognizing its potential to unite rather than divide humanity. We acknowledge that grief, hope, and love are universal human experiences that transcend borders, religions, and cultures. May we move forward with wisdom, compassion, and respect for all perspectives. It wasn't a perfect statement. It didn't satisfy everyone. But it was better than anyone had hoped. A recognition that the discovery was real and important, without trying to control what people believed about it. That evening, news networks played Marcus's speech on repeat. Social media exploded with reactions. World leaders tweeted their support. Religious leaders from different faiths issued statements agreeing that hope and love were worth celebrating. And in a small hotel room in New York, Marcus Chen collapsed on his bed, exhausted but at peace. "You did it, Mijo," Rosa said, sitting beside him. "You changed the world." "I just told the truth," Marcus said. "That's all it takes sometimes," Rosa said. "Just one person being brave enough to tell the truth." Marcus closed his eyes, feeling his parents' presence more strongly than ever. "We're so proud of you." He heard his mother whisper in his heart, "You did exactly what you needed to do." His father added, and for the first time since they died, Marcus felt complete. Not happy. He still missed them terribly. But complete. Whole. Connected across the boundary between life and death by love that would never, ever break. Marcus woke up in his own bed in San Francisco. Sunlight streaming through his window. It had been 3 days since the UN speech. 3 days since he'd said everything he needed to say. 3 days since the world had listened. Now he was home. Really home. And today he was going back to his regular life. He got dressed in his normal clothes, jeans and a Warriors t-shirt, not the suit he'd worn in New York. He grabbed his backpack, now filled with the homework he'd missed during his trip. Rosa was making breakfast, scrambled eggs and toast, just like always. "First day back at school," she said, sliding a plate in front of him. "How do you feel?" "Good," Marcus said, surprised to realize it was true. Ready. The principal called yesterday, Rosa said. She wanted to make sure you wouldn't be overwhelmed. I told her you'd be fine. Was I right? Marcus thought about it. A month ago, the attention would have crushed him. But now, after speaking to world leaders at the UN, facing 7th graders didn't seem so scary. Yeah, he said, I'll be fine. At school, things were different but in a good way. Kids still knew who he was. The whole world knew who he was now. But they weren't weird about it anymore. They'd had time to process. Time to understand that Marcus was still just Marcus. Tyler Chen high-fived him in the hallway. Dude, that UN speech was awesome. My mom cried watching it. Sophie Martin stopped by his locker. Hey, Marcus, welcome back. We missed you in English class. Mrs. Robinson made us read the most boring book while you were gone. At lunch, Ayesha was waiting at their usual table with 2 trays of food. She'd gotten his links for him, knowing he'd be mobbed on the way to the cafeteria. So, she said as he sat down, you spoke to the United Nations. You became the most famous 12-year-old on Earth. You helped change how the world thinks about life and death. What are you going to do for an encore? Marcus laughed. Probably fail this math test on Friday. I have no idea what's going on with fractions. That's my best friend, Ayesha said proudly. Saves the world. Can't do 7th grade math. They ate lunch talking about normal things. Video games. Upcoming movies. Whether the cafeteria pizza was edible today, it felt wonderful. It felt necessary. It felt like coming home after a long journey. But Marcus also noticed something new. Kids at other tables were talking differently. Not just gossiping or complaining, but actually connecting, sharing, being real with each other. At one table, he saw a girl crying while her friends hugged her. She'd lost her grandmother last week, and instead of hiding it, she was letting people comfort her. At another table, boys were talking seriously about something, not just joking around, but actually having a deep conversation. It was subtle, small, but something had shifted. Maybe it was because of the discovery. Maybe because Marcus had shown it was okay to be vulnerable. Maybe because the whole world had been reminded that life was precious and short and worth living fully. Whatever the reason, Marcus felt it. Hope spreading, connection growing, love winning. After school, Marcus had a video call scheduled with Dr. Sarah Okonkwo. She appeared on his laptop screen from her office at Oxford, looking tired but excited. Marcus, how was your first day back? Good, Marcus said. Normal. Which is exactly what I needed. I'm glad. Sarah smiled warmly. I wanted to update you on the research. We've been studying the healings that happened after the broadcast, the unexplained recoveries. We've documented over 3,000 cases worldwide. People who shouldn't have survived but did. People whose terminal illnesses went into remission. People who woke from comas. Marcus, something happened. Something we can't fully explain. What do you think caused it? Marcus asked. Sarah chose her words carefully. The best theory we have is that consciousness, particularly focused, loving consciousness from billions of people simultaneously, created a measurable effect. Like prayer, but amplified by technology and unity. When you spoke from space, when billions of people saw that image and felt hope at the same moment, created an energy wave. A healing wave. That sounds impossible, Marcus said. It does, Sarah agreed, but the data supports it. We're going to keep studying. The Hope Foundation that Elon started is funding research into consciousness, healing, and the power of collective human emotion. This is just the beginning, Marcus. You helped start a scientific revolution. After the call, Marcus sat thinking about what Sarah had said. That his words, combined with billions of people's hope, had actually healed people, had saved lives. It was overwhelming. Beautiful, terrifying, humbling. That evening, there was a knock at the apartment door. Rosa answered it and came back with an unexpected visitor. Father Dmitri. I was in the city, the old priest explained, his long beard neatly combed, visiting the church where your mother used to bring you. I hoped I might stop by to see how you're doing. They sat in the living room drinking tea while Rosa brought out cookies she'd baked that afternoon. Marcus, Father Dmitri said, I wanted to tell you something. Do you remember the prophecy? The message from Mary Magdalene about a child who would help the world understand? Marcus nodded. Well, I've been translating more of the ancient text we found, and there's something else. Something I didn't share before because I wasn't sure what it meant. He pulled out a worn notebook. The full prophecy says, the child will show the world that love continues. And then the child will live, will grow, will become who they're meant to be, unburdened by the weight of grief. Father Dmitri looked at Marcus with kind eyes. You've done what you needed to do, my young friend. You've shown the world. You've helped people find hope. Now comes the next part, living your own life. Being a kid. Growing up. Discovering who Marcus Chen is supposed to be when he's not carrying the world's grief. Marcus felt something release in his chest. I can just be normal now? You can be whatever you choose, Father Dmitri said. The world will always remember what you did. But that doesn't mean you have to keep doing it forever. You gave people hope. Now accept some hope for yourself. Live, Marcus. Really live. After Father Dmitri left, Marcus went to his room and looked at all the things on his desk. The ancient pottery fragment from Dr. Al-Rashid, the USB drive from Father Dmitri, photos of his parents, school books, a baseball from last summer, his old Nintendo Switch, objects from his past and his present, all mixed together. He picked up a photo of his parents, one from his 9th birthday party. They were smiling, their arms around him, the three of them covered in cake frosting and laughing. I miss you, Marcus whispered to the photo. Every day I miss you. But I'm okay now. I'm gonna be okay. And he felt them, not saw them. Not heard them, but felt them. Their love surrounding him like warm sunlight. Their pride in who he was becoming. Their presence in his life, different than before but still real. I'm going to live, Marcus promised them. Really live. The way you taught me to. With courage and kindness and hope. I'm going to make you proud. Over the next few weeks, Marcus settled into a new rhythm. He went to school, hung out with Aisha, did his homework. He joined the basketball team even though he was terrible at basketball. Aisha convinced him it would be fun. And she was right. He still did occasional interviews when Jennifer Walsh found ones that felt meaningful. He visited sick kids at hospitals. He spoke at grief support groups. He answered messages from people who needed hope. But he also played video games, watched movies, ate pizza, argued with Aisha about which superhero was the best, failed tests and passed tests, got in trouble for talking too much in class, did normal kid things. Because Father Dmitri was right, he'd done what he needed to do. Now he could just be Marcus. One Saturday afternoon, Marcus and Aisha took the bus to Dolores Park. They bought ice cream from a vendor and sat on the grass watching people. Can I ask you something? Aisha said, licking her strawberry cone. Sure. Do you really believe your parents are still around? Like really truly believe it? Marcus thought about this carefully. Yeah, I do. Not like they're ghosts watching everything I do, that would be creepy. But I believe their love is still part of my life, that they're connected to me in ways I can't see but can feel. Does that make sense? Yeah, Aisha said. It does. My grandmother died when I was little, and sometimes I swear I can smell her perfume when I'm sad. Like she's visiting me. My mom says that's just my imagination, but I don't think so. I think love leaves traces. Exactly, Marcus said. Love leaves traces. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the sun move across the sky. You know what's weird? Aisha said eventually. A few months ago, you were the saddest person I knew. You barely talked. You never smiled. And now you're like, I don't know, different. Better. I am better, Marcus said. Not because my parents came back, they didn't, but because I stopped feeling so alone. Because I realized that grief doesn't mean you're broken. It just means you loved someone. That's deep, Aisha said. You should put that on a poster. Marcus threw grass at her and she threw grass back. And they ended up wrestling and laughing until they were both covered in grass stains and a park ranger told them to calm down. Normal. Perfect. Exactly what Marcus needed. On December 15th, 2 years and 3 months after his parents died, Marcus did something he hadn't done in all that time. He went to Saints Peter and Paul Church for Sunday Mass. Rosa was shocked when he said he wanted to go. Are you sure, Mijo? I'm sure, Marcus said. I think I'm ready. They sat in the same pew where his family used to sit. The church looked exactly the same. The high ceilings, the stained glass windows, the statue of Mary near the altar. But Marcus felt different. Not angry anymore. Not bitter. Just open. Ready to feel whatever he felt. During the service, the priest talked about hope. About faith. About love being stronger than death. And Marcus listened, really listened, and found that the words didn't hurt anymore. They felt true. They felt like coming home. After Mass, people recognized Marcus. An elderly woman touched his arm. Thank you for what you did, young man. My husband died 5 years ago. Seeing that image, hearing you talk about your parents, it helped me believe I'll see him again someday. A young couple approached with a baby. This is Sophia, they said. She was sick, really sick. We prayed over that image every day. Now she's healthy. We named her Sophia Grace, because Grace saved her. Marcus held the baby's tiny hand and felt the weight of what he'd helped do. All these people, all this hope, all this healing. It was overwhelming, but it was also beautiful. Christmas came, and with it, Marcus's first somewhat okay holiday season since his parents died. Rosa decorated the apartment with lights and a small tree. She cooked traditional Mexican food mixed with his mother's favorite American dishes. She invited neighbors and friends. Aisha's family came over for Christmas dinner, a mix of Muslim and Christian and just friends being together that made Marcus think about how the discovery had brought different faiths into conversation rather than conflict. Elon sent a gift, a framed photo of Earth taken from the Starship during their broadcast, with a note, "Never forget that we're all on this small planet together. Keep spreading hope." Dr. Sarah sent a book about archaeology with a personal inscription. For Marcus, who helped us discuss the most important artifact of all, proof that love endures. Keep asking questions. Keep seeking truth. Father Dimitri sent a wooden cross carved by hand, with a note in his shaky handwriting. This cross reminds us that even death can be transformed into life. Merry Christmas, my young friend. Your parents are celebrating with you. And Commander Lee sent a photo of his daughter, healthy and smiling, holding a sign that said, "Thank you, Marcus," in English and Chinese. Marcus put all these gifts on his desk, next to the pottery fragment and the photos and everything else that told the story of his journey. That night, before bed, he stood at his window looking out at San Francisco lit up with Christmas lights. 2 years ago, looking at these same lights, he'd felt nothing but emptiness. The world had seemed gray and meaningless without his parents. Now, looking at those lights, he felt something different. Not happiness exactly. He still missed his parents terribly. But something else. Something like peace. Something like purpose. Something like hope. He closed his eyes and whispered into the quiet room. "Mom, Dad, wherever you are, Merry Christmas. I'm okay. I'm really okay. And I'm gonna keep being okay. I'm gonna live the life you wanted for me. I'm gonna love people, help people, be kind, be brave, be the person you raised me to be." And in the silence that followed, Marcus felt what he'd been feeling more and more lately. Their presence, their love, their pride. They were gone, but they weren't gone. They were dead, but they weren't dead. They were transformed, changed, different, but still there. Still loving him. Still part of his life in ways that mattered. Love doesn't die, Marcus thought. It only changes form. And that truth, that beautiful, simple, profound truth, made everything bearable. On New Year's Eve, Marcus made a resolution. Not to be famous. Not to keep speaking publicly. Not to become some kind of hope guru. Just to live. To really truly live. To try new things. To make new friends. To fail and succeed and learn and grow. To cry when he needed to cry and laugh when he felt like laughing. To remember his parents but not let grief define him. To carry hope forward into whatever came next. At midnight, Rosa hugged him tight while fireworks exploded over San Francisco Bay. "Happy New Year, Misho," she whispered. "This is gonna be a good year. I can feel it." "Me too, Grandma," Marcus said. "Me too." The next morning, January 1st, the start of a new year, Marcus woke up early. He got dressed and walked alone to Dolores Park, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The park was nearly empty this early. Just a few joggers and dog walkers. Marcus found his favorite spot on the hill where you could see the whole city spread out below. He sat in the grass and pulled out his phone. He opened his notes app and started writing, not for anyone else, just for himself. A letter to his future self. A promise. A declaration. Dear future Marcus, right now I'm 12 years old. I just helped show the world proof that love continues after death. I spoke to billions of people. I went to space. I did things I never imagined I could do. But that's not what I want to remember most about this time. What I want to remember is this. I learned that grief doesn't have to destroy you. That losing someone you love doesn't mean you have to stop living. That pain can transform into something beautiful if you let. I learned that being vulnerable isn't weakness. It's the bravest thing you can do. That sharing your pain helps other people feel less alone. That hope is a choice you make every single day. I learned that love really is the strongest force in the universe. Stronger than fear. Stronger than hate. Even stronger than death. Mom and Dad are gone. They're never coming back in the way I want them to. But they're still with me. In memories. In lessons they taught me. In the person I'm becoming. In the love that continues even though they're not here physically. So, future Marcus, whoever you turn out to be, whether you're in high school or college or grown up with your own life, remember this moment. Remember that you survived the worst thing that could happen to a kid. You lost your parents and you didn't give up. You found hope again. You helped other people find hope too. Whatever challenges you face, whatever pain comes your way, remember, you can do hard things. You're stronger than you think, and you're never ever alone. Love never dies. It only changes form. Stay brave. Stay kind. Stay hopeful. Love, Marcus. He saved the note and put his phone away. Then he just sat there, watching the sun rise over San Francisco, feeling the warmth on his face, feeling his parents' love surrounding him, feeling hope growing in his chest like light pushing back darkness. A new day. A new year. A new beginning. Marcus Chen, age 12. The boy who'd lost everything and found hope anyway. Smiled at the sunrise. And he thought, this is just the start. There's so much more to come. So much life to live. So many people to meet. So many adventures to have. So much love to give and receive. Mom and Dad, watch me live. Watch me become everything you hoped I'd be. I'm ready. The sun cleared the horizon, flooding the park with golden light. And Marcus stood up, brushed grass off his jeans, and walked home to begin the rest of his life, unburdened by grief, empowered by hope, connected forever to the ones he loved by threads of light that nothing in this universe or any other could ever break. And that was the end of Marcus's story. A journey from grief to hope, from doubt to faith, from feeling alone to understanding that love truly never dies. We'd love to know, where are you listening from? Drop your city or country in the comments below. It's amazing to connect with listeners from all around the world who share these stories together. If this story touched your heart, please hit that like button. It really helps us reach more people who might need to hear this message of hope. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel for many more interesting stories like this one. We share tales that inspire, comfort, and remind us of what truly matters in life. Most importantly, please share this video with your friends and family. In a world that often feels divided and dark, stories like Marcus's remind us that love, kindness, and hope are the most powerful forces we have. Spread that message. Spread that awareness. You never know whose life might be changed by hearing it. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being part of this community. And remember, just like Marcus learned, you are never truly alone. Love continues, always and forever. Until next time, stay kind, stay hopeful, and keep believing in the power of love.